Please take your seat. Order, honorable members. I have been informed by the Whippery that they have agreed that there will be no notices of motions or motions without notice. The Secretary will read the first order of today.
Policy debate on budget vote number 21, Correctional Services. Policy debate on budget vote number 23, Independent Police Investigative, Directorate. Policy debate on budget vote number 24, Justice and Constitutional Development. Policy debate on budget vote number 25, Police Appropriation Bill, Bill 4 of 2014.
Honorable members, I have the honor to invite the Minister of Police, the Honorable Ntleko, to open the debate.
Chairperson, honorable members, thank you very much for this opportunity. I also take this opportunity to acknowledge the ministers present, my cabinet colleagues, the Deputy Minister of Police, the MECs present, the Chairperson of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, members of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, honorable members, as well as provincial commissioners that are also present, members of the South African Police Service, esteemed guests, fellow South Africans, ladies and gentlemen. We are enjoined by the Constitution, the supreme law of the Republic, I quote, to prevent, combat, and investigate crime, to maintain public order, to protect and secure the inhabitants of the Republic and their property, and to uphold and enforce the law, close quote. In their wisdom, our fathers and mothers also inserted this spell which calls upon the minister, quote unquote, the Minister of Police to promote good relations between the police and the community and to assess the effectiveness of visible policing. Chairperson, we commit ourselves to the spirit of the Constitution. We recognize that even though we have traveled quite a journey, there is still a long way forward, and we will continue to try and do better as expected by the people of this Republic. Much work of the South African Police Service happens in the provinces, in the districts, in the municipalities, in villages, and in hamlets. Our report today to the National Council of Provinces will reflect this work and what we intend to do to improve on our service. We are directed by the Freedom Charter, which envisages a state where our people are free, safe, and able to raise our children in a stable society. This found resonance in the African National Congress's 1992 Ready to Govern document that directed the policy position that ensures that, amongst other things, policing is based on community support and participation, that police remain accountable to society and the community it serves through its democratically elected institutions, that policing continues to be subjected to public scrutiny and open debate, that allegations of police misconduct are dealt with by an independent complaints and investigation mechanism, that we require a police service that continues to strive for high performance standards. In the discharge of our duties, we are mindful that the battle against crime cannot be divorced from the war on want, and that as the South African Police Service, we are called upon to maintain law and order in the face of extreme poverty. It is for these reasons that we are advocating for an integrated approach to issues of policing and social stability. As the philosopher of note, Plato, advanced an argument that, I quote, the environment is the main shaper of people, and therefore the question of what is just could not simply be a private one, but was necessarily a political one, close quote. For us to succeed in this approach, we need to work with other organs of state, business, non-governmental organizations, research, and tertiary institutions. This ideal of partnerships finds traction in the National Development Plan, which envisages a state where police work closely with communities, where real partnerships emerge among the different organs of state to ensure that root causes of crime and criminality are addressed before they pose a major threat to our society. With this in mind, through the medium-term strategic framework, the South African Police Service will focus on the following key strategic priorities: the need to reduce the number of serious crimes, to combat border and cyber crime, increase the percentage of trial-ready case dockets for serious crimes, stabilize public protests, enhance local police capability. Excuse me. Further, in this financial year, we are going to introduce and/or reintroduce the following legislative and policy reviews: a comprehensive review of the South African Police Act to align it with the Constitution, research and policy into reducing the barriers to the reporting of cases of violence against women and children, serial murders and rapes, a review on how CPFs and CSFs can assist the police in the stabilization of areas affected by service delivery protests, research on the assessment of police deployments and how these impact on crime, the need to look at the legislative policy and research into the impact of firearm legislation on crime and the need to investigate areas of legislation that requires strengthening. We commit the South African Police Service to community engagement, listening and of being one with the people that we serve. We are also obliged to fight crime and restoring the citizens' faith and trust in our law enforcement agencies and the criminal justice system. For us to achieve this, we should take the cue from the KwaZulu-Natal province, who have articulated correctly so that we need to build a united front against crime and corruption in our society. In Dundwini, in KZN, Kakamas in Northern Cape, Nobody in Limpopo, Malelane in Mpumalanga, Riversdale in the Western Cape, Parys in the Free State, Elliot in the Eastern Cape, Orange Farm in Gauteng, and Daung in the Northwest. Our citizens need to embrace that which is good with our police and reject that which is bad. Citizens should feel the good service, and where we fall short, use designated institutions of policing to deal with matters of policing and conduct by the police. We're extremely concerned by the spate of killings of policemen and women and call on our communities to mobilize against such a scourge. To this end, we appreciate the work that has been done by the Mpumalanga province in highlighting the cost to society around this issue and for coining the theme, quote unquote, you kill the police, you kill the community. Wabulala ipoisa, ubulala umphakathi. As part of the process of professionalization of the police service, we have approved changes to the recruitment strategy of entry-level constables to ensure that only the best suited candidates are recruited into the South African Police Service. Our new recruits are being taken through rigorous testing for suitability before they start formal training. This community-based recruitment strategy is aimed at addressing challenges such as pending and/or previous convictions, fraudulent qualifications, and to avoid nepotism. In terms of the strategy, the role of the community in commenting on their suitability will also assist in complementing the 360-degree cycle of suitability testing. We further put in place mechanisms to build capacity within our crime intelligence units all over the country. A number of critical senior and middle management positions were filled in the reporting period. This is an important unit that helps the police in the fight against crime, and its significance cannot be overemphasized. We will further ensure that the current members of the police service are taken through rigorous sessions to understand the code of conduct. We're expecting each and every member of the service to acknowledge and understand the contents of the code before signing, in order to make sure that they are accountable. Our approach on professionalization of the police service will contribute to the zero tolerance towards corruption and nepotism, and deliver the caliber of a police official who will serve the people of this country with dignity and pride. Chairperson, allow me at this point to reflect on some of the successes that were realized from the utilization of the resources that our government provided to the department. Excuse me. The effort of the South African Police Service to fight crime and rid our streets of criminals is evident in the ever-rising entrance to our holding cells and prisons. These are not just filled by criminal walk-ins. Just in the past year, we made 1,392,856 crime prevention arrests, which included 818,322 for serious crime and 574,534 for other crimes. A further 1,218 arrests for serious organized crimes, with the resultant 828 convictions, was reported by the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, known as the Hawks. South Africa once more experienced a peaceful process when electing the current administration into power as a result of, among other role players, the diligent and dedicated service demonstrated by our police that were deployed in all provinces with minimum incidences reported. Chairperson, as a means to encouraging the reporting of cases of a personal nature, which may include victims of trauma, sexual violence, and vulnerable groups, we have established 947 victim-friendly rooms across all provinces. We have 112 of such rooms in the Eastern Cape, 72 in the Free State, 151 in Gauteng, 156 in KZN, 76 in Limpopo, 72 in Mpumalanga, 69 in the Northern Cape, 56 in the Northwest, and 183 in the Western Cape. As stated earlier, community mobilization is critical in the fight against crime and corruption. Currently, we have established 1,123 functional CPFs across all provinces, and we will ensure that the remaining 13 police stations, where they are not functional, are addressed jointly with the affected communities. This effort will be complemented with nationally targeted, coordinated and focused Izimbizo and/or community outreach programs, of which we have had 19 thus far in the 2013-2014 reporting period. Notwithstanding the spike in protests, the South African Police Service still must ensure domestic stability and order. For South Africa to grow economically and otherwise, it requires social stability. We have sought to focus ourselves on capacitating the public order policing unit as directed by His Excellency President J.G. Zuma in 2013. In overall, there were 13,575 recorded public order incidences that were successfully policed in the period under review. Of these, 1,907 were violent. In these violent incidents, there were few brutal incidences reported, which is the sign that the South African Police Service does not have an institutionalized culture of brutality. Notably, although these incidences were established, an increase in these incidents warrants an increase in the deployment of resources and the cost thereof. We have also ensured that 1,826 members have undergone a successful public order policing refresher training. 60 members were trained as video camera operators and information managers to capture footage during crowd-related incidents. Other members attended a work session relating to statement taking in regard to the incidents arising from public protests. Through our investigative capability, we have managed to secure convictions of 1,110 life sentences imposed on 803 suspects across all provinces for serious crimes such as murder, rape, business robbery, house robbery, and armed robberies. This figure includes 659 life sentences secured by our 176 family violence, child protection, and sexual offenses units. In additional to these life sentences, 3,718 persons were convicted to 51,631 years imprisonment for various crimes. The following milestones were recorded from some of the provinces. In the Eastern Cape, a 39-year-old was convicted and sentenced to 25 life sentences for 29 murders in Butterworth. In the Free State, the arrest of gang members resulting in the following sentences: 8 life sentences, 4 18-year imprisonment, and 2 15-year imprisonments. In Gauteng, a birthday rapist who lured university girls and raped them got 39 life sentences and 212 additional years of imprisonment. Taxi rapists who would rape women who flagged down their taxi and leave them there naked or throw them out of the moving taxi. One suspect received 51 life sentences and 780 years, and the other 49 life sentences and 780 years respectively. In KZN, 2 suspects who broke into the residential businesses of 2 elderly women and raped one of them received a life sentence for rape and 15 years each for house robbery. In Mpumalanga, a 77-year sentence was imposed for rhino poaching, which attests to the seriousness of government in fighting organized crime. A serial rapist was sentenced to 22 life sentences and 245 years imprisonment. In the Northern Cape, 4 suspects were arrested and convicted after a police vehicle was stolen and shot at. The police vehicle has subsequently been recovered with another hijacked vehicle, and 1 suspect received a 25-year sentence and another a 20-year sentence, with the other 2 each receiving a 30-year sentence. We continue to smash drug syndicates and successfully dismantled 36 clandestine drug laboratories in KwaZulu-Natal, Gauteng, Mpumalanga, and Western Cape. Excuse me. Stock theft, the chairperson, remains a priority crime due to its economic impact and it being a threat to food security and economic development in the rural areas. To stem the tide against this crime, on the 15th of August, we are launching a national rural strategy, which, among other things, prioritizes stock theft. Further, we have established 84 stock theft units across all 9 provinces, with the result that 49,865 stolen livestock to the value of 280,387,100 was recovered. Thank you very much, sis. Thank you. Indeed, cheers. Cheers. Indeed, cheers. Thank you very much, Chair. It does look like spin-off, though. Thank you. Despite the successes, Chairperson, that we have herein mentioned, the South African Police Service and the country, as the South African Police Service and the country will continue to be faced with challenges. Amongst the challenges is the question of illicit mining, rapid urbanization, non-enforcement of municipal bylaws, ritual murders and witchcraft-related crimes, community and labor-related protests, instability in the taxi industry, influx of undocumented foreign nationals, rhino poaching, and police killings. These are some of the challenges amongst some others that we are focusing on. We continue to be seized with these challenges as the South African Police Service, and we're calling upon various sectors of our society, business, NGOs, civic society, to be part of the fight against crime and corruption. Of importance, we would like to engage business around the issue of scrap metal and second-hand goods industry, its threat to the economic development of the country, and their contribution in the fight against crime and corruption. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, Chairperson, it should not be forgotten that the quality of a nation arises from the combined attributes of its citizens. In this regard, as South Africans, our combined attribute is our unity of purpose in the fight against crime and corruption. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I take the opportunity to call the Minister, Justice and Correctional Services, Honourable Masuta.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Ministers present, Deputy Minister of Justice and Correctional and the Deputy Minister of Correctional Services, other Deputy Ministers present, Honourable Chairperson, and members of the Select Committee, members of this House at large, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I stand before this august House today to reaffirm our unequivocal commitment to the realization of the goals of the National Development Plan and the government's program of action of building safer communities and a democratic and just society envisaged by our beloved Tata Madiba. We are also alive to this House's constitutional mandate of ensuring that provincial interests are affected in our national sphere of government. The President's decision to integrate the two departments into one the two ministries into one, namely that of Justice and Correctional Services, is underpinned by his vision of ensuring that we have an integrated criminal justice system that strives for an equitable, just, and accessible system. Under my predecessor, Dr. Khadewe's leadership, the Office of the Chief Justice was liberated into a separate administrative entity to support the goal of achieving an independent judiciary or promoting and advancing it. The Judicial Service Commission and the Magistrates Commission broadened opportunities for the appointment of Black and women judicial officers. In the High Courts, the number of Black judges have, for the first time in our history, exceeded that of white judges. whilst at the same time the gap between white and black magistrates has narrowed significantly. The Constitution, 17th Amendment Act, and the Superior Courts Act were finalized in the last term. The processing of the Legal Practice Bill is at an advanced stage. These legislative improvements constitute a formidable legislative foundation laid by the previous Parliament for us to advance the transformation of our justice system, sanctioned by the Constitution. The development and improvement of courts constitute the primary mandate of the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. It is for this reason that the bulk of the budget allocated for the Justice and Constitutional Development vote is allocated to court services programs. Of the budget totaling 17.9 billion rands allocated to the Justice Department, 6.1 billion has been allocated to court services specifically, and 3.2 billion rands to the National Prosecuting Authority. This implies that 9.3 billion rands, which is more than half of the department's annual budget, is used for services that are directly related to the functioning of our courts. An amount of 2.1 billion rand is allocated to Chapter 9 institutions under the justice sector, including the Public Protector and South African Human Rights Commission, to carry out their constitutional mandates of promoting accountability, good governance, and the advancement of human rights. Our Access to Justice program entails, in the main, the construction of new courts and the rehabilitation of dilapidated ones, the conversion of branch courts into full services courts, the realignment of courts jurisdictions with municipal boundaries, and our small claims courts. Our courts infrastructure constitutes our greatest capital investment. We have 763 magistrates' courts and 13 high courts countrywide, of which 45 magistrates' courts were built in the past 20 years of our democracy. In the past 20 years, we have effectively built, on average, 2 courts per annum, which is a remarkable milestone, taking into account that government spends, on average, approximately 350 million rands towards the construction of a new court and making sure that it is functional. The construction of the Limpopo and Mpumalanga High Courts is earmarked for completion by 2015 and 2016, respectively. A further 5 magistrates' courts are contemplated by the end of 2016-2017 financial year, and this will be built in Boisens, Mamelodi, Plettenberg Bay, and Richards Bay. Chairperson, honorable members, in the past 4 years, 29 of our 90 branch courts were revamped and proclaimed as full services courts. A further 4 branch courts will be converted into full services courts in the current financial year. We are also accelerating the alignment of magisterial districts with municipal boundaries with a view to ensuring that there is a magistrates' court in each municipality. This process also seeks to redress the past geospatial injustices through which the majority of Africans were attached to far-flung courts in self-governing territories and homelands. They were barred from accessing courts in the towns and cities where they worked. Implementation of this long-outstanding exercise will be gradual, and Gauteng and Northwest are amongst earmarked as some of the key starting areas for implementation by 1 December 2014, and consultations with affected stakeholders and communities in the latter provinces are underway. The court annexed mediation rules, which will introduce mediation into our system, will be implemented with effect from 1 December 2014. This will speed up the settling of maintenance and other civil claims and reduce cost of litigation. Child maintenance and deceased estates are the important service delivery outcomes that we have prioritized over the years. We are pleased that many child maintenance beneficiaries are opting to receive payment through the electronic funds transfer system, the EFT, and bank system. A staggering figure of 9.5 million transactions to the value of 3 billion rands are registered annually in our system, and of this, 2 billion rands was paid to maintenance beneficiaries in the past 3 years. As of March 2014, 98% maintenance beneficiaries are receiving their monthly payments via EFT, not EFS. This translates into 243,271 of the 248,000 monthly payments. Similarly, we have improved services relating to deceased estates. In 2012-13, government made 37,000 payments, totaling 1 billion and 6 million to Guardians Fund beneficiaries, the majority of whom are children. In view of high levels of unemployment amongst young people, primarily due to inadequate skills and lack of prior work experience, a dedicated effort towards their integration in the world of work within society is critical. A total of 680 interns and 200 unemployed youth with LLB or paralegal qualifications are placed in the various courts and other sections of the department. This is an unprecedented number of interns at any given time, with a view of imparting knowledge and work experience that they require to enter the job market. Honorable members, at the outset, our Constitution states, and I quote, "The Republic of South Africa is one sovereign democratic state founded on the following values: A, human dignity, the achievement of equality, and the advancement of human rights and freedoms. B, non-racialism and non-sexism. C, supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law. The promotion of the rights of vulnerable members of our society is therefore one of our priorities in advancing these values. My predecessor launched, for example, the National Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Intersex Project, the LGBTI program, which is aimed at the protection of the LGBTI community against crimes based on sexual orientation and hate. We are also forging ahead with the establishment of dedicated sexual offenses courts to eliminate gender-based violence. The end of 2015-16 financial year, we must have upgraded 57 regional courts into sexual offenses courts. To date, 22 sexual offences courts have been designated. These courts guarantee high conviction rates in view of the specialized skills deployed therein. Before I turn to correctional services, let me reflect briefly on the traditional courts which attracted huge interest during the previous administration. We are considering all comments made before this Parliament with a view to drafting a revised bill that addresses the shortcomings which were identified. The use of indigenous languages is another long-term outstanding matter that we aim to address in the current administration. The Constitution demands parity of languages, and we must earnestly start work in this regard to ensure that all languages are taken into consideration in our system. Honourable Chairperson, with regard to correctional services, on the 16th of July 2014, I tabled our budget vote to Parliament where I highlighted our plans for the financial year ahead. The department's budget for the 2014-15 financial year is 19.721 billion rands. I indicated that amounts totaling 72.6 million in 2014-15, 72.8 million in 2015-16, and 77.9 million in 2016-17 have been reprioritized within the 2014 MTF baseline from non-core goods and services items for spending on the following policy priorities: implementation of victim-offender dialogues, purchasing of security equipment, replacement of dilapidated workshop and agricultural machinery equipment, and an integrated inmate management system, the IIMS. The department has presently managed around 6 regions with regional commissioners. These are Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape, Eastern Cape, Free State, which is combined with the Northern Cape, and it's generally abbreviated as FSNC, and Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northwest, which is abbreviated as LMN. This is a department that has a national funded staff complement of 42,006 posts, and we are in the process of filling some 2,403 vacant posts. We have 243 correctional facilities in the country and have the following regional profile. Gauteng, 8,335 officials, 35,503 inmates, and a budget of 3,087 million. The Eastern Cape has a staff complement of 5,303, 18,896 inmates, and a budget of 1,996 million. The Western Cape has a staff complement of 7,672 and 27,140 inmates, and a budget of 2,746 million. Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northwest have a staff complement of 5,656 officials, 23,325 inmates, and a budget of 2.019 billion rands. Free State and Northern Cape combined have a staff complement of 5,631 officials, 22,143 inmates, and a budget of 1,981 million. And KwaZulu-Natal has a staff complement of 6,443 officials, 27,372 inmates, and a budget of 2,361,000,000. Gauteng has the, Gauteng has the highest inmate numbers, followed by KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape, BMN, that is the Limpopo one, and then followed by the Free State and Northern Cape accordingly. The Eastern Cape is the last. Now, in 2013, there were about 36,000 offenders without a qualification equal to grade 9 or adult education and training level 4. More than 500 of this category were classified as illiterate offenders. I'm glad to report to the NCOP that currently we have placed more than 50% of the illiterate offenders in our literacy program, and more than 30% of offenders without a qualification equal to grade 9 or adult education and training level 4 have been placed in the general educational program. We should celebrate the fact that the number of full-time correctional center schools registered with the Department of Education increased from 1 in 2000 to 14 in 2014, on average 1 a year since the commencement of this program. These are as follows. St. Albans and Craddock in the Eastern Cape, Tswelopele, Kimberley, and Groenpunt in the Free State and Northern Cape, Mthonjeni Youth and Johannesburg, Medium C in Gauteng, Usetubeni Youth, Kalakabusha and Ekuseni in KZN, Barberton Youth in Barberton, Maximum, and Rustenburg Youth in LMN, as well as Brandflay Youth in Western Cape. We want to ensure that from this financial year, at least 64% of offenders complete correctional programs, and that an 80% participation rate of offenders enrolled in education and skills development programs is maintained. We want our correctional centers to produce excellent results and our ex-offenders to be role models and ambassadors against crime. We are proud that last year a copy of the novel Kwakungeke Kubenje was handed to its author, Kelimpilo Kele, an inmate at Kalakabusha Correctional. I'm Venda, I'm not struggle with the clicks. Correctional facility. The novel won the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Literature Writing Competition and was published by Oxford University Press. And may I just also share that at the budget speech in the NA, after the budget speech, I was privileged to be given a gift of a beautiful portrait of Utata Madiba by one of the inmates, which is quite an impressive work of art to marvel at. Overcrowding remains a persistent challenge at our facilities. We are addressing this problem through the strengthening of diversion programs, alternative sentencing, building of additional bed spaces, improving the management of the parole system, and the promotion of successful social reintegration. We are moving closer to the ideal international target of 25% of all inmates being remand detainees. Since the year 2000, remand detainees have been reduced by 31%, from 63,954 to 41,690 in June 2014. Interventions include the tracking of the category of remand detainees for periodic referral to courts. Part of the solution to overcrowding is the construction of 500 additional bed spaces by 2019, broadening of the use of electronic monitoring of inmates and their placement under community corrections. Fighting corruption, enabling organizational effectiveness and efficiency of our operations through strict governance and compliance requirements continue to be our key priority. The department is assisted in the execution of its operations by a number of oversight bodies such as the Judicial Inspectorate of Correctional Services under the leadership of Judge Shabalala, and the National Council for Correctional Services under the leadership of Judge Sarai Desai. And of course, the Select Committee and the portfolio committees of this Parliament continue to play a pivotal role in exercising oversight over our work. I, on this juncture, would like to acknowledge the role that is played by the chairpersons of both the portfolio and the select committees in this regard. Colleagues, let me use this opportunity to also share our vision of adopting an aggressive stance in the fight against corruption. In the first quarter of this financial year, we obtained a 100% success rate in securing convictions for many offenses involving 26 of our officials. The department also deployed a special task team at Mangaung, that is in the Free State, and St. Albans in the Eastern Cape for purposes of ensuring that there is law and order at these correctional centers and that the security and safety of offenders, officials, and members of the public is assured. As per the National Framework on Offender Labor, the department is increasing the number of offenders who participate in offender labor and skills development programs. On 12th February 2013, the department signed a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Basic Education to use offender labor to build schools, supply furniture, rehabilitate school furniture, and establish school gardens. These community outreach programs form part of our plowback initiatives aimed at, amongst other things, changing public perception about the role of correctional services and contributing positively
Minister,
towards
move towards conclusion.
Towards the socio-economic advancement of our country in general, in order to bring down the challenges of inequality, poverty, and unemployment amongst our people. I thank you very much and would like to also thank all who have contributed to all this work, including the leadership in both government departments and my two deputies. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister. The Honorable Chairperson of the Select Committee, the Honorable Tumbi.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Minister of Police, Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, Deputy Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, Deputy Minister of Correctional Services, MECs, ladies and gentlemen, all special guests. I rise with profound humility to take part in this policy debate that the truth narrates the journey that our nation has traveled in this fight for equality and freedom. I say this because these policy debates are centered on two cardinal pillars of our fight against oppression and the discrimination of our people in their fight for justice and freedom. Firstly, that all our people shall be equal before the law. And secondly, that peace and friendship among all our people shall be secured by unholding equal rights, opportunities, and status for all. Honorable Chairperson, the masses of our people as they took the streets of Kliptown in 1955 and throughout the years in their fight for liberation made clarion call for continuing to wage a concerted fight so that not one of our people shall be imprisoned, deported, or restricted without a fair trial. They declared that the courts shall be representative of all the people and that imprisonment shall be only for serious crimes against the people. For many years, the primary source of insecurity contracting our people shall the apartheid South African state, and the brutality and violence shall wage against them by the apartheid regime and its forces. In attempting to maintain white majority rule, the apartheid regime brutally crushed internal dissent and used every aspect of our security arm to wage a concerted war against our people. Among a litany of massacres waged against our people in Sharpeville in 1960 and Soweto in 1976 stand out as stark testimony to the brutality of our apartheid state and its forces. For many years, any talk of democracy, freedom, justice for all, and human rights was treasonous after all. This was because democracy threatened the very foundation of the racist regime. Throughout many streets of our country and every gathering of the masses of our people, the apartheid police were unleashed to wage vicious attacks and human brutality against innocent masses of our people. Many of people were incarcerated without just cause, and many forced to exile in a country of their birth. The dawn of democracy in 1994 brought watershed changes for our people. The adoption of the Constitution in 1996 assured that the fundamental rights of our people to freedom and justice are protected. The Constitution enshrines the right of access to justice, which includes access to courts and other independent tribunals or forums. As the ANC, we champion this because we are aware that unless ordinary people have access to courts and other independent forums or tribunals to resolve their dispute, the vision of society based on the rule of law as envisaged in the Constitution and the Freedom Charter will not be realized. Informed by our lives experience under apartheid rule, as the ANC, we went further to say there should be more additional elements to enhance access to justice to ordinary citizens. We said Our people needed to have access to the legal professional access to courts, which includes 1, the right to effective legal representation, 2, developing simple and effective rules governing the conduct of legal proceedings, 3, the promotion of use of all official languages, development of proper infrastructure, decentralization of administration of justice services, training of magistrates and judges in understanding the Constitution, values, aspirations, and traditionals of all the people. Honorable Chairperson, the policy debates of the Departments of Policy, Justice and Correctional Services narrates the journey that our nations have traveled since dawn of democracy in 1994. They clearly show that the ANC has moved with almost speed to transform our society and ensure that our people are secured and that their rights to fair trial are protected. Honorable Chairperson, as the ANC, we are aware of the brutality that our people suffered under apartheid policy. It is for this reason that we took conscious decision to establish the Independent Police Investigation Directorate to ensure independent oversight over the Directorate, over South African police services and the municipality police services, and to conduct independent and impartial investigation of identified criminal offenses allegedly committed by members of the SAPS and the members of the MPS and make appropriate recommendation. The vision of the IPID is to promote proper police conduct in accordance with the principles of Constitution. The 2014-2015 financial year marks the second year that IPAD operate under the 2011 IPAD Act. The IPAD Act 2011, Act number 1 of 2011, gives effect to section 2066 of the Constitution, which makes provision for the establishment of an independent police complaints body. In terms of Section 28(1) of the Act, the Directorate is obliged to investigate any deaths in police custody, deaths as a result of police actions, complaints related to the discharge of an official firearm by any police officer, rape by a police officer, whether the police officer is on or off duty. Any complaints, rape of any person in police custody, any complaint of torture or assault against a police officer in the execution of his or her duty, corruption matters within the police initiated by the Executive Director or after a complaint from a member of the public or referred to the Directorate by the Minister, MEC, or the Secretary for the Police Service, and any other matter referred to the IPID as a result of a decision by the Executive Director, or if so requested by the Minister, MEC, or the Secretary for the Police, as the case may be. As the ANC, we have said the strengthening of IPAD's footprints countrywide is vitally important to bring its services closer to the community and should be encouraged establishing more than one satellite offices in each province. We said this because we wanted to alleviate the burden of investigators traveling vast distance from provincial offices to attend to crime scenes involving members of the police services. We are indeed proud of the anonymous work of the IPAD throughout South Africa. The increase in the resources allocated to the IPAD from 216.9 million in 2013-14 to 234.7 million in 2014-15, which is an increase of 8.21%, also illustrates our commitment to expand the work of the IPID. We want to convey our profound operation to the Minister for expanding investigation and information management programs, which is intended to strengthen the Directorate's oversight role over the SAPS and MPS by conducting investigation within 90 days of receipt of a complaint, making appropriate recommendation on investigations in the various investigation categories within 30 days, and submitting feedback to the complaints within 30 days of the closure of the investigation. We are aware that the medium term, by increasing the percentage of cases registered and allocated within 72 hours of the receipt from 86% in 2012-2013 to a projected 100% in 2016-2017, and maintains relationship with other state security agencies through ongoing national and provincial engagement forums. We want to appeal to the Minister to ensure that the issue of vacancy rate and the lower spending patterns are addressed immediately, and where there are areas of capacity, we ensure that we employ the right people and with the right skills. Honorable Chairperson, as the ANC, we are conscious of the Constitution principles that we adopted in 1991, which sought to establish a judicial system that advances the ideals of the national democratic society and social justice, in particular. The principles provided: 1, without interfering with its independence, and with a view to ensuring that justice is manifestly seen to be done in a non-racial way, and that the wisdom, experience, and judicial skills of all South Africans are represented on the bench. The judicial shall be transformed.
Honourable Member, your time.
Finish.
Round up.
Yes. Round up. Thank you, Chairperson. As the ANC, we will continue to support all the initiatives of the department to address overcrowding, as the Minister mentioned, including strengthening of diversion programs, alternative sentencing, building of additional bed space. Thank you very much. We support the budget. Thank you.
The Honourable Mikalakis.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Ministers and Deputy Ministers present, Members of Parliament. Winston Churchill said, "All great things are simple, and many can be expressed in a single word: freedom, justice, honour, duty, mercy, hope." I often, despite my unswerving admiration for ordinary South Africans, can't help to doubt claims that we are developing into the great country that was hoped for when our Constitution was adopted. Frankly, without being unduly pessimistic, one can say with some accuracy, we are not. Freedom, justice, honour, duty, mercy and hope. We lack the greatest of simple things. The ANC currently governs one of the countries with the highest crime rates in the world. During this speech, 3 South African citizens will lose their lives to murderers. Another shocking statistic is that 500,000 women are raped every year, an estimated 40% of these cases being children. For every 1,000 crimes in South Africa, only 430 arrests are made. That's 43%. In a revolving door cycle of crime, those who get arrested just keep coming back over and over again. Depending on which source you use, the figure for inmates being rearrested after completing their sentence is between 70 and 90%. This extraordinary figure speaks to the fact that the inmates at our far too few correctional facilities emerge generally more criminalized than when their sentences started. There's little freedom, no less for the innocent victims than for the criminal who wishes to change his ways in this. This while the budget for rehabilitation, one of the ultimate goals of correctional services, comprises the smallest portion of the total budget, but was underspent during the last financial year. This financial year sees the budget for rehabilitation diminish still further in real terms. Honourable Chairperson, there's little justice in having a globally admired constitution, yet a governing party which ignores the independence and role of the very institutions it establishes. I refer to the attacks on the independence of our judiciary and the attacks on our Chapter 9 institutions every time they blow the whistle on the executive. Chapter 9s are not obliged to report to the executive, no matter what Gupta-controlled newspapers may say. In terms of Chapter 9 of our Constitution, the more than adequately qualified Advocate Thuli Madonsela, whose reputation and integrity is beyond questioning, was identified by the National Assembly and assumed office. Section 181 of the Constitution allows for Advocate Madonsela to be subject to the Constitution and the law impartially, to carry out her functions without fear, favour or prejudice. This is the core mandate of the Public Protector. No organ of state or person may interfere with the functioning of Advocate Madonsela's office. The recent attack on the Public Protector by ANC MPs is evident of a threat to our democratic rule. The accusations of political motives influencing Advocate Madonsela are empty and only an unwarranted ANC attack to block the Nkandla investigation. This is a sad day for judicial independence when the ANC fails to acknowledge the Public Protector's autonomy. There is similarly little justice in citizens having to wait for years to finally reach a court of law in this country due to unacceptable caseloads that our courts are simply not capacitated to deal with. Some of these cases never reach the courts due to blatant political meddling in the affairs of the National Prosecuting Authority and the criminal justice cluster as a whole. Honourable Chairperson, although many civil servants in the Departments of Justice, Police and Correctional Services serve their country with pride, honour and diligence, it is unfortunately not one of those clusters where a few corrupt officials within the system don't reflect on the system as a whole. A single corrupt official in the police service becomes a stain on the entire service. We have an abundance of these, with at least 1,448 convicted criminals serving in the SAPs, from major generals to constables and staff. These are the people who are paid from this budget with taxpayers' money to protect our citizens. Included in that number are murderers, rapists, and fraudsters. As stated by my honourable friend in the other House, the probability of more criminals lurking in these ranks is immense, since the audit was stopped for no reason at the end of 2010. Our new Minister of Police inherits a service that is undertrained and untrusted, hardly an environment that stimulates a pride in protecting those we serve. I salute those who do, despite the general lack of another simple yet vital thing, such as a sense of duty. Honourable Chairperson, there is also little to say in terms of mercy shown. Equally little to distinguish Sharpeville from Marikana. The ANC has become scarily enough in many ways exactly that which it helped to fight. The police service has yet again become a force to fear as a symbol of an incompetent government trying to control its angry and hungry citizenry. This, while honour is probably the most uncommon of all state commodities. For the first time since 1994, respect from ranks outside the ANC, and likely even within, is shown to the high office of the President only for the office, not for the person. Honour and respect is rarely linked to a private palace if people who helped build it are poor. And then, as if Freedom Charter hypocrisy hasn't reached its high point, the guilty go after the innocent, who do their duty to point a finger and cry foul. If the man placed in control of the police service supposed to maintain law and order is a criminal, as has been the case before, it brings dishonour and humiliation. If the man placed in control of the state is supposedly a criminal, as is being whispered but all proof thereof blocked, it brings dishonour and humiliation. It belittles a once proud organisation, and the saddest part is the belittlement is self-inflicted. Honourable Chairperson, I will probably stand accused of highlighting the negative, as so many of my honourable friends have been for doing their job as members of the official opposition and presenting uncomfortable facts to the governing party. The latter always urging that constructive criticism is best. We stand accused of not sharing in the dream of the executive, whilst it is about time that the executive wake up from their dream and face the immense challenges that those who came before them left from the Fourth Parliament. I can see little more constructive than that. As things are now, Honourable Chairperson, there is but one great Churchillian word among the scraps of that which was the greatness of the South African nation until the new ANC got hold of it: hope. Even though citizens are left with no option but to turn to a brutally honest opposition for that. I dare say there is even a shred of hope that there might yet prove to be some reliable leaders within the ANC itself who have not resigned or been thrown out in disgrace or campaigned against their former political home. No money.
Is that a point of order, ma'am? Please stand up.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair of the NCOP. Chair, on a point of order, there are serious allegations labelled at the African National Congress by the Speaker on the podium, and I just want to check with him if is he raising his own opinion or he's basing whatever that he's saying on the facts. Because as far as I know, as a member of the ANC, all what he's saying is unfounded.
Honourable Malakis, are you prepared to respond?
No, Honourable Chairperson, I'm not prepared to respond to that. May I continue?
Honourable MEC from the Eastern Cape, there are a number of statements which the Honourable Malakis has made that I have noted, but I would like to be given a chance to go through the records, especially his reflection on the person of the person leading the state. So can we leave it at that? Please continue, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, no money, no healthy budget, were we ever to face such a fortunate unlikelihood, would fix what is wrong with these departments. What will is for those who can change it around, those who bring hope, to recommit to making South Africa great. One simple principle at a time: freedom, justice, honour, duty, mercy, and hope. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable. The Honourable MEC from Limpopo, Honourable Mugaba Pukwan.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson of NCBO, Honourable Deputy Chairperson, Honourable Minister of Police, Mr. Nkosinathi Nhleko, Honourable Deputy Minister of Police, Honourable MECs, Honourable Chief Whips, Honourable Chairperson of Portfolio Committees, Honourable Member of the House, Generals and Senior Officers of the South African Police, comrades and friends. I rise to contribute to the debate on the budget vote of the police delivered to the National Assembly by our Honourable Minister, Comrade Nathi Nhleko. In his address, the Honourable Minister advocated for an integrated approach to policing and social stability. He emphasized the need to work with other organs of state, non-governmental organizations, research, tertiary institutions, in order for us to succeed in this regard. This is an ideal which finds traction in the blueprint for our future, the National Development Plan. The National Planning Commission Diagnostic Report 2011 underlined the reality that high crime level in South Africa have slowed our social and economic development. I quote, violence crime contact crime and property crime are also common, that many South Africans live in fear. When people feel unsafe, it makes it harder for them to pursue their personal goals and to take part in social and economic activity. This state of affairs is almost akin with one painted by Omar Nelson Bentley, a U.S. Army general during World War II, when he said, I quote, "Ours is a world of nuclear giant and ethical infants. We know more about war than we know about peace, more about killing than we know about living. We have grasped the mystery of the autumn and rejected a sermon of the mount." Close quote. To paraphrase one Dorothy Thompson, a foremost advocate of peace and anti-Nazi journalist, I quote, "Peace has to be created in order to be maintained. It must be a product of faith, strength, energy, will, sympathy, justice, imagination, and the truth of principle. It will never be achieved by passivity and quietism. Building peace and stability is one of the ANC's topmost priorities since 1912. Notwithstanding the violence culture from our past and rampant socio-economic challenges that overwhelms us from time to time, we can say with no fear of contradiction that a solid foundation for a better life has been laid. The Constitution bequeathed on us by our Madiba provide a sound architecture from which we can continue building on. During his State of the Province address, the Honorable Premier of our province of Limpopo, Chipusteng Limatabata, underscore the message of the minister when he called for multifaceted approach to fight crime. He called for all stakeholders, including members of the community, to participate actively in street committees and other community policing structure. To this end, the province has already established 80 functional street committees in addition to 97 community police forums and 30 CSFs. We welcome the minister's commitment to revitalize community police forum and community safe forum. Honorable Chairperson, as a province, we have a target of reducing contact crime by 2.4% by the end of this financial year. The existing policing infrastructure in fast-growing towns such as Polokwane, Sishiru, Mangwe, Toyandou, Mahwelering, Lepalale, Messina, Beckersford, and Mundimule cannot cope anymore. Population explosion in this town, coupled with general urbanization, gives rise to new challenges which require more focused and dedicated resources for policing. Residents require not less but more well-resourced satellite police stations closer to where they live. This does not only shortens the response time to the police, but also increase the visibility, thereby deterring crime from happening in the first place. Honorable Chairperson, the province is also prioritizing the fight against crime, informing communities which threaten not only social cohesion, but also food security and rural economies. We are also paying particular attention and focus to the mushrooming of tavern and shebeens, which have proven to be a major contributor to contact crime, especially the abuse of women and children. In this regard, the provincial government will piloting a new liquor bill which seeks to regulate the liquor industry and enhance law enforcement. The Limpopo government is committed to act swiftly to ensure that we do not have liquor outlet planted in close proximity to school and places of worship. Whilst our province is generally peaceful and it's sometimes known as the home of peace, we have lately been taken back by a spate of what appear to be a surgence of ritual murder or muti killings, especially in the Vembe district. In the 6 cases reported from April 2013 to July 2014, the police have already arrested 7 suspects in connection with this kind of crime. Suspects were found in possession of human body parts and exhibits such as cell phones. This once again is testimony to the good work which our men and women in blue are doing in keeping crime, often in trying circumstances. The rise in ritual murder cases must serve as an indictment on all of us to heighten awareness against ritual killing, especially in the rural areas of our country. Honorable Chairperson, let me come back to the important issue which the Minister raised, the challenge of drugs amongst our youth. The Minister is correct to intimate that, I quote, "Any nation that does not want to have a future must kill its youth. Drugs are surest and quickest way to destroy the hopes and inspiration of any young person. So serious is the challenge in our province that we had to convene a youth crime prevention summit early this year to deal with the scourge amongst other issues. We were going to review our provincial crime prevention strategy to incorporate a pillar of youth crime prevention plan later this year. The strategy will soon be rolled out to ensure that young people become active participants in the prevention of drugs in other schools and communities. In conclusion, let me take the opportunity to commend all youth volunteers who are doing a good work in fighting crime, often without tangible incentives. I salute members of the street committees, Community Policing Forum, and Community Safety Forum for their commitment and selflessness. Your goodwill and passion is evidence enough that your love for this country and its people can never be diminished. You have shown that peace can never be achieved through positivity or quietism. Peace has to be created, maintained, and worked upon. Eke mishumo ya African National Congress. Working together, we can move South Africa forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Manepule.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, House Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable MECs and Special Delegates of SALGA, Honorable Members, officials of the Department, ladies and gentlemen. First, Chair, allow me, before I proceed my speech, to congratulate the Muslim community for completing the Ramadan, as well celebrating Eid Mubarak. I hope some of our members who were on the Ramadan didn't break their fast. Honorable Chairperson, I'm pleased and honored to participate in this policy debate of the cluster that is always contested in the media arena. This cluster is justice, crime, prevention, and security. Freedom Charter, and Honorable Chairperson, let me reiterate, Freedom Charter remained the platform of the African National Congress. Let me quote one or two issues from the Freedom Charter that speaks to this cluster. All shall be equal before the law, close quote. And this refers to access to court and legislation. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to quote the NDP highlights: in order to prevent crime and increase public safety, efficient, effective criminal justice is necessary. The plan recommends more coherent implementation and reporting the 7-point plan as adopted by Cabinet in 2007. My debate will move in the premise of the set heights of the NDP. Honorable Chairperson, this department has made significant strides towards addressing the challenge in the past 20 years. Now the ANC wants to move South Africa forward. The ANC manifesto committed in the next 5 years that it will, let me quote, we will continue to prioritize incidents of domestic violence and crime against women and children by further strengthening the sexual offenses and community affairs units and pursuing multidisciplinary approach in our fight violence against women and children, close quote. It is pleasing to note that this department indeed understands what the ANC wants to deliver to its people. It has prioritized the goals by aligning the manifesto in their annual performance plans. Starts first with the Department of Justice and Correctional Service. Their strategic priorities: the department is responsible for outcome 3, all people in South Africa are and feel safe. In this second phase of transition of radical social transformation, there should be acceleration of transformation of judicial service. I am pleased with the plans and measures in place from transformation of state legal service. I noted innovativeness of the department in order to kickstart the implementation of State Attorney Amendment Bill 13 of 2014, which is key in unlocking the transformation agenda. By reprioritizing funding to run this train of transformation, we urgently need to see that it reaches its destination. Therefore, we call upon legal fraternity to donate its service in spirit of working together to build better South Africa. Addressing the needs of vulnerable group by re-establishing 12 sexual offense courts, as well as rolling out trauma debriefing programs and improving maintenance service. Increasing access to justice by building 6 new courts is key in service like maintenance, traffic fines, legal and criminal cases, etc. Establishing small courts across most districts in plans in future to open in all districts in all provinces. As ANC, welcome the undertaking by the department that they will meet with the Department of Public Works to address the issue of infrastructure that needs urgent attention, which must be implemented in this current financial year, whereby they were not realized last financial year. In order for them to realize the goal of accelerating access to service provided by Master and State Attorney's Office. As ANC, we noted, and it is worrisome that there are issues of OSD that are affecting both departments, which is the police, correctional service and justice, which makes it prudent that both departments engage Department of Public Service Administration to address the occupational specific dispensation, which is OSD, since it has a pivotal role in addressing those challenges because it affects critical posts for service delivery. If not addressed, they may impinge service delivery in some areas of the department. Department of Correctional Service. Spending priority of departments for 2014 and 15 financial year is prioritizing incarceration, rehabilitation, and social integration programs, which will be in number 1, reduce escape, 2, register offenses for participation in the education skills development program, and 3, increase the percentage of parole without violation per year. ANC ilahlise freedom charter kutuku, based on what I've said on earlier. Honorable Chairperson, I think congratulations are in order for the Independent Police Investigation Directorate, IPED, for unqualified audit report. Furthermore, we are looking forward for the institution in achieving clean audit. Notwithstanding the fact that the institution is 3 years old, we noted that they made strides to realigning its budget for support for core mandate and strategic objectives which were grappling with. Now they can work together towards improving the trust between the community and South African Police Service, in assuring the citizens that they are committed in safety of the community. As Select Committee, we should jealously guard in this institution, call on the Treasury to look also in their kit to increase their budget if they make provision for that. We call on the institution to expedite the retention policy in order to address the staff retention, which might negatively affect and impact in the address of moving forward. Moreover, the Department of Public Service Administration to expedite the remuneration uniformity to be finalized. The remuneration policy, which will be accumulating to the single public service legislations. National Democratic Revolution seeks to abolish combination of sources of social conflict. Therefore, the African National Congress seeks to build democracy with social content, informed by our own concrete condition experiences. This will, in some respect, reflects and best traditional social democracy, which include a system which places the needs and the poor social issues such as social safety net as the top of the national agenda. The NDP envisaged transformation of the police into professional institution by these objectives: demilitarization of the police, professionalize the police service. We as ANC, we believe that the department is on track with realizing the objective of the NDP with regards to demilitarizing of the police service. During the interaction with them in the Select Committee briefing of the APP and the budget presentation, which we believe that multifaceted approach will enable them to realize the goals by prioritizing capacity building of the officers and enhancing community outreach program and strategy for new recruits to that service. Let me highlight few spending priorities of the 31 priorities of 2014 financial year. Establishment of victim-friendly facilities, implementation of domestic violence and capacity of the police implementation service implementation program, youth prevention and social crime prevention. This about mentioned spending priorities speaks also as well to Department of Justice, as well as their priorities. It is clear to display that there's a synergy and integration of the programs by this cluster of justice, crime prevention and security, which we are expecting them to deliver service to the people of South Africa efficiently, effectively with the professionalism. As I conclude, because this priority speaks to the manifesto, NDP, in pursuit of radical transformation, as the ANC, we support and all this budget presented here by these two ministers in this house, I believe that they will move South Africa forward. Thank you.
The Deputy Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, Honorable Jeffrey.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honourable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Honourable Members. I don't have much time, but I do want to just respond briefly to 2 points that Honourable Mikalakis raised. The one was he accused the ANC of attacking the public protector. I think it would be useful to engage with you exactly what was said, what were the attacks. Were they attacks or were they constructive criticism? But I think there's a little bit of hypocrisy here, because if you take the attack last week, and I use the word specifically of attack because that's what it was, by your DA Mayor of Cape Town, Patricia de Lille, on the Human Rights Commission, or in the past an attack by your leader of the DA and the Premier of the Western Cape, Helen Zille, on the Human Rights Commission. Those are attacks. So you can't accuse one party for saying one thing, which I would hold was criticism, and nobody should be above criticism, with specific attacks by your leadership when you don't like the reports. The second point I wanted to make is that, look, your knowledge of history, I think you need to read up a little bit more. Your comparison and your equation of Marikana and Sharpeville, really, you obviously don't know the facts of what happened at Sharpeville. On the morning of the Sharpeville massacre, nobody had been killed. So it's all very well to politic. I mean, what happened at Marikana was a tragedy, but don't politic with our history. But Chair, just on the issue of history, and particularly for Honourable Mikalakis and his ilk, in May 1992, 2 years before our democratic elections, the ANC released a document called Ready to Govern, ANC Policy Guidelines for a Democratic South Africa. It was a comprehensive piece of work which set out the ANC's policies and vision for the future. Paragraph 8 of that document states that, and I quote, "There will be no part of South Africa from which the law and the Constitution will be excluded. All South Africans shall have recourse to independent courts of law and other tribunals. The bench will be transformed in such a way as to consist of men and women drawn from all sections of South African society." And these are the two issues that I want to focus on. How do we ensure that all South Africans have recourse to the courts of law? And secondly, regarding the transformation of the bench, I want to deal specifically with our magistracy or lower courts. As far as access, the small claims courts are a vital component in the quest of access to justice as a cheap and easy to understand place to resolve civil disputes where the amount in dispute is less than 15,000 rand. They've been a success story, and it's the aim of the department to ensure that there's a well-functioning small claims court in each of our 393 magisterial districts. To date, we have 303 small claims courts. The vast majority of these are sitting in rural areas and former black areas. Since the start of the current financial year, 10 small claims courts have been established and gazetted. 3 are to be gazetted shortly. These are in Glen Grey or Mount Frere in the Eastern Cape, Christiana in the Northwest, and Carletsdorp in the Western Cape. And 2 are still to be processed. As this is the provincial house, I just want to report on the specifics of each province as far as small claims court coverage. In Gauteng and in Mpumalanga, there's 100% coverage. In other words, a small claims court in each and every one of the magisterial districts. Limpopo has 94% coverage with only 2 small claims courts still needed. Free State 80% coverage with 11 still to be established. KwaZulu-Natal 79% coverage with 12 courts to be established. Northwest 72% coverage, 8 still to go. Western Cape 65% with 15 still to go. Northern Cape 62% coverage with 12 courts to go. And the Eastern Cape 60% coverage with 31 still to go. I'm pleased to say that with the assistance of our regional officers and provincial role players, we are busy finalizing a plan of action for the establishment of the remaining small claims court, but the biggest challenge lies in finding suitable persons to serve as commissioners. And I would want to urge members of this House to assist in trying to identify people, especially in the smaller towns. With regard to the magistrates, significant progress has been made in establishing a lower court judiciary, which is, as the Ready to Govern policy document says, drawn from all sections of South African society. Figures for the 4th quarter show that 40% of our magistracy is white, 60% black, and 43% of the black are African. With regard to gender, however, only 40% are female. In addition to the issue of transformation, additional magistrates' posts have been created. From 2000 to 2014, 227 new posts of magistrates at various levels were created, with 112 being created in October last year alone. A total of 309 posts, that's both the vacancies and the newly created posts, were advertised by the Magistrates Commission in November last year, and the Commission is currently busy with the appointment process. Unfortunately, there were delays caused by the elections, the general elections, because a number of members of the Commission are members of both Houses of Parliament. There was an attempt to get the Appointments Committee of the Commission to split itself in two. However, they decided that given the number of newly appointed members, it was best not to proceed with splitting the Appointment Committee in two and doing double the amount of work. In the meantime, however, the vacant posts are filled by acting appointments, which in terms of the Magistrates Court Act can only be for a maximum of 3 months at a time. One of the challenges is to ensure that we don't turn those acting appointments into permanent appointments by having people acting for too long a period. But Chairperson, these are but two of the many initiatives undertaken by our department to ensure enhanced justice for all our people. The history of the ANC shows a proud legacy in the pursuit of access to justice and the attainment of human rights. In his address in 1892 entitled Upon My Native Land, the first president of the ANC, John Langalibalele Dube, called for a free and prosperous Africa. Pixley Kaseme echoed this call in 1905. In 1923, the ANC became the first political organization on the continent to adopt a Bill of Rights, which laid the basis for human rights and justice for all. Reverend Zacchaeus Mahabane, who became President General of the ANC in 1924, dedicated his life's work to equality and human rights, and so the list continues. And so the people who want to try and airbrush out that history, because they're still caught up in the pre-94 or pre-1990 image of the ANC as being an organization to be afraid of, really need to go back and read their history. Now, more than a century after Dube's address, we will continue to strive tirelessly towards ensuring justice for all South Africans, black and white, rich and poor, urban and rural. With the assistance of this House in supporting this budget vote, we continue to make access to justice a reality. And I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Matebus. Honorable Chief Whip.
According to the information that came to my office, Honorable Mtileni is not debating. If there are changes, those have not been processed through the correct channels.
That's the information I'm having even in front. I'm calling Honorable Matebus. I thought, and you are a wrong man standing. Can you process that accordingly? Without much ado, Honorable Kaula.
Honorable Officer Presiding, Honorable Minister Masuta, Honorable Minister Ntlego and Deputy Ministers, colleagues, the Inkatha Freedom Party supports the belated demilitarization of the police to move SAPS away from its history of brutality. The unbecoming incidents involving some members of SAPS in Marikana, in Ketomena, in Ngwamashu Hostel, the Medio Masha incident in Davidton, the Sidwell Mkwambi incident in Belleville, the Andres Tadane incident in Vicksburg, the list goes on and on. These are all testimony of our police overstepping the mark. Due to police brutality and illegal arrests, civil claims against SAPS increased by 142% from 2010-11. To date, these have cost the department about 18.5 billion in the process of litigation and other related costs. Service delivery protests have increased in the country. Some of these have needed specially trained personnel in crowd handling. On the other hand, the department has centralized the public order policing unit. In the process of this centralization, the numbers of the members dwindled drastically from the initial 11,000 members to 4,000. This is a concern that needs to be addressed. The measures of professionalizing the SAPS are with an objective to strengthen the criminal justice system by inter alia opening the PAL University. The PAL Police University is a step in the right direction. The NTP says, and I quote, in 2030, people living in South Africa feel free, safe, and have no fear of crime. They are safe at home, at school, at work, and they enjoy an active community life free of fear. Women can walk freely in the streets and children can play safely. The police service is a well-resourced professional institution staffed by highly skilled officers who value their work, serve the community, safeguard lives and property without discrimination, protect the peaceful against violence, and respect the rights of all to equality and justice, unquote. Honorable Chairperson, this future life envisaged by the NDP says a lot about what is not happening now, which should actually be happening. It is a very pregnant vision. Be that as it may, as communities, we do not want to feel safe in 2030, Honorable Minister. We want to feel safe now. Recently, there has been a steady increase in the incidence of police suicides. This has been coupled with innocent close relatives of such members also becoming fatal victims. The authorities must quickly attend to this unfortunate turn of events. It is reported that police officers with the ranks of captain, lieutenant, and colonel have not been graded for the past 12 years, and this is a concern. Grading is accompanied by financial betterment to deserving members. This is an incentive and motivation that has been removed and or denied to members of the service, and it must be revived. You will not have a happy workforce if you do not rank and pay them deservedly and accordingly. The Crime Intelligence Unit Program 4 has remained with decreased personnel in 2013-14 with an intention of using unspent salary funds from vacant posts to implement grade progression for qualifying officials. This is a bad strategy and it sets a wrong precedence. Grade progression must be budgeted for and not eat into other service delivery programs, thereby jeopardizing them. Sector policing has a distance of about 20 kilometers from one police station to another in an urban area, and a distance of between 40 to 80 kilometers in rural areas. This is an unnecessary urban bias against rural communities. The allocation of resources to police stations also does reflect this against rural stations at times. The IFP is concerned that the civilian leadership of the police reflected by the current and previous state president's choices of police commissioners at national level. This has further been worsened by the authority's choice of the director of IPID. The aim of IPID is to ensure independent oversight of the South African Police Service and municipal police services and to conduct independent and impartial investigations. Thank you, Chair. Yet appointments of these drivers sometimes remain seemingly partial. How bahlonishwa uchaba lixesha sesobe siqhubeke ngelinye ilanga. Ngiyathokoza.
The Deputy Minister of Correctional Services, Honorable Makwetla.
Honorable Chairperson, I want to submit that the Honorable Member Mikalakis is a controversial public representative. Not because of his name, but because of the statements he made from this podium this afternoon, which I hope, time permitting at the end, I will say a few things about them. Chairperson, all the security cluster ministers present in the House this afternoon, colleagues, honorable members, the budget vote presented by Minister Mike Masuta 2 weeks ago has prioritized the implementation of restorative justice. We appreciate the minister's support of the victim-offender dialogues, which are aimed at bringing the victims of crime at the center of the entire criminal justice system. The renowned Xhosa poet, prose writer, and educator, E.S.K. Mkai, in his seminal literary works, Icala la Mawele, The Lawsuit of the Twins, published exactly a century ago in 1914, provides an expose of the AmaXhosa people's legal system in the time of King Hintsa. Mkai succeeded in demonstrating that long before our colonization, Africans had a sound legal system in place. He expressed concern that, and I quote, "The language and mode of life of the Xhosa people are gradually disappearing because of the gospel and the new civilization which came with the nations from the West," unquote. The victim offender dialogues are akin to African indigenous forms of justice. They are based on a theory of justice that considers crime and wrongdoing to be an offense against an individual or a community rather than just the state. Participation in victim offender dialogues is voluntary, and victim offender dialogues provide an opportunity for offenders to express remorse to victims without any obligation to be forgiven by victims. Victim offender dialogues show the highest rates of victim satisfaction and offender accountability. We are indeed moving away from the inclination of forgetting and neglecting victims of crimes once sentencing has been passed by our courts. It is a befitting coincidence that we should today be debating a budget of correctional services which, among others, foregrounds a policy intervention that seeks to reclaim the ethos of pre-colonial African societies, whose demise Mkai bemoaned exactly the day he died 69 years ago on the 29th of July 1945. Honorable members, victim offender dialogues should be viewed as central to the department's mandate of rehabilitation and reintegration of offenders. A leading proponent of restorative justice, Howard Zeh, reminds us that restorative justice derives from the consideration that crime is a violation of people and relationships. Crime creates obligations to make things right. Justice involves rather the victim, the offender, and the community, and justice seeks solutions which promote repair, reconciliation, and reassurance. Honorable members, victim offender dialogues are an important tributary to crime prevention and in ensuring safe and secure living environments. The community, as the victim of crime, needs to move away from retribution and distrust into new movement that seeks partnerships to re-educate offenders in order to reduce crime. The purpose of the victim offender dialogues is, among others, to provide an opportunity for a victim and offender to discuss the offense, get answers to their questions, express feelings, and gain a greater sense of closure. An opportunity for broad community participation in the fight against crime and the prevention of repeat offending. From these telling observations, it is explicit that for restorative justice and victim offender dialogues to succeed, we need a cultural leap back to the future. Since the launch of the Victim Offender Dialogue program on the 28th of November 2012 at Secunda Mpumalanga, 91 VOD sessions were hosted, and 1,342 Department of Correctional Services officials trained on the Victim Offender Dialogue implementation guidelines. The program has recorded modest but encouraging successes. For example, in 1996, when the so-called Worcester bomber, Stefan Skotsier, was initially interviewed, he said that his only regret was that the other 3 bombs that he planted never exploded. He was unremorseful. With the Victim Offender Dialogue, Skotsier has now contemplated the consequences of his action in context and has expressed regret and remorse to the surviving victims, families of the deceased, and the community of Worcester. In the Eastern Cape, a mother who has participated in the Victim Offender Dialogue has forgiven an offender who murdered her son. She has adopted this inmate as her own child. The mother and her children regularly visit the offender at the Mthatha Base Correctional Facility and even give him money. Work should still be done to involve the father of the offender to reconcile with his son. In Hammersdale, KwaZulu-Natal, 2 parolees who went through the Victim Offender Dialogue program are back in their communities, managing their own businesses. The program has contributed to the destigmatization of these offenders and afforded them a second chance through their victims and the community. The victim offender dialogues are being received well by the press and the public. In the story, Prison Taught Me to Tell the Truth, unquote, published by The Star of the 19th February 2013, a Durban businessman is quoted to have said, and I quote, "Through the victim offender dialogue program, I learned that asking for forgiveness was key to my healing and trying to get closure," unquote. Upon release, this offender who killed 2 people and injured 10 others because of negligent driving has been involved in anti-crime talks at schools and continues to participate in victim offender dialogues of the department. Chairperson, the single Minister of Justice and Correctional Services carries the promise of implementing restorative justice to unprecedented levels. Our VODs are premised on the philosophy and experience of Ubuntu. When we say "Mutu ki mutu ka batho," we mean my humanity is tied with your humanity. That is, what makes others worse off also brings harm to oneself. In the article Ubuntu and the Law in South Africa, Justice Yvonne Mukoro says, and I quote, "I believe we should incorporate Ubuntu into mainstream jurisprudence by harnessing it carefully, consciously, creatively, strategically, and with ingenuity, so that age-old African social innovations and historical cultural experiences are aligned with present-day legal notions and techniques if the intention is to create a legitimate system of law for all South Africans," unquote. Honorable members, the problem of prison overcrowding rather, and overwhelming incarceration of Africans is an old one in South Africa. In the 1964 foreword to Mandela's No Easy Walk to Freedom, O.R. Tambo.
Honorable Deputy Minister, please round off.
Chairperson, I'm reminded, as I conclude my remarks, that reflections on the state and conditions of South African correctional centers today coincides with a significant development in the annals of our history. On this day, in 1921, in Cape Town here, a political organization whose members became arguably the most dominant and celebrated prisoners of conscience for decades more in South African prisons, the South African Communist Party, was established here. Allow me, therefore, to dedicate my remarks to the memory of Bram Fischer, who, as fate would have it, subsequently died in prison, and that of his fellow comrades, Walter Sisulu, Govan Mbeki, Ahmed Timol, Raymond Mhlaba, Wilton Mkwai, Ahmed Katrada, Andrew Mlangen, and many more, whose lifelong suffering in South African jails made our society to clamor more for a humane order. This is to the destruction of the system that sought to dehumanize them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. The Honorable Chairperson of Community Safety in the Western Cape, Honorable Wenger.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson. It is indeed an honor for me to deliver my maiden speech here in the National Council of Provinces on behalf of the Western Cape. The Honourable Police Minister, Nkosi Nati Nhleko, quoted the British political scientist Ernest Barker in his budget vote speech to the National Assembly 2 weeks ago. This is perhaps fitting because Professor Barker placed great emphasis on justice as the supreme guiding ideal. Justice is the ideal of the modern constitutional state. It gives it purpose, and it defines the nature of the relationship between a people and their government. This relationship is determined by law, and the police bear the responsibility and the honor of being its custodians. Without the police to prevent, combat, and investigate criminal acts, no formal justice could be delivered by the state. This Parliament is the people's representative within the state. And as Parliament, we must ensure that the police are performing to the very best of their ability, with the tools that they require to do justice. Chairperson, the Western Cape suffers from the largest shortage of police officers, more so than any other province. In fact, some provinces, such as the Free State and KwaZulu-Natal, have surplus members, while the Western Cape is the most under-resourced province of all. In our province, the shortage of officers accounts for 60% of the national shortage. That is 3 out of every 5 members in the country. That is not justice. 128 out of our police stations are understaffed. That's 85% of the total. That is not justice. But beyond the calculations of debate, this statistic has a very real meaning. It means that our most vulnerable communities do not have enough police officers to serve them. Indeed, the 10 stations that experience the highest crime levels and which are collectively responsible for half of the crime in this province, have some of the lowest police officer ratios to the population they serve, at 3 to 4 times less the national norm. The people who are most affected by crime have the fewest officers. Chairpersons, in the interest of justice, surely these stations should be getting a disproportionate amount of officers and resources to tackle crime head-on. I ask, on behalf of the citizens of the Western Cape, and in particular on behalf of the residents of Nyanga, Khayelitsha, Gugulethu, Kraaifontein, Mfuleni, Mitchells Plain, Philippi and Bishop Lavis, that the Minister, as the new incumbent, addresses the shortage of officers as a priority, please. In Klapmuts recently, there was only one police officer manning the station a particular evening. Robbers came in and ruthlessly killed the officer and stole the police firearms. His family is left waiting for justice because Warrant Officer Brits was made vulnerable by the lack of support and resources given by his own organisation. Chair, this Parliament should thank him for his service, but say never again will we allow another police officer to work under-supported and under-resourced. Being a police officer is a dangerous and oftentimes thankless duty. We must ensure that these brave men and women have the tools and the resources that they need, not only to do their job, but also to protect them from harm as far as possible. That is justice. We know that there was a recent drive to recruit 600 officers in our province, but this will only address half of the shortage. We need at least 1,000 new recruits, and it will take 2 years before they are street ready. Why can we not take some officers from other provinces, perhaps, to ensure that the Western Cape has the support it needs in the meantime? Chair, the problem of not enough officers has been compounded by the inordinate amount of time taken to complete the reservist policy, during which time half a decade passed, in which police reservists could not be recruited. In the Western Cape in 2008, there were 22,159 instances in which police reservists were used. By 2012, this had diminished to a little over 2,700. The last annual report tells us that year on year, the police in the Western Cape were unable to even maintain this low level of reservist activity, and there was a decrease of over 1,000 active reservists, amounting to 82,000 less police hours in 1 year. 82,000 hours of justice denied to this province. Each province is different in the safety challenges it experiences, and policing must be responsive and adaptive to the unique needs of those provinces. I firmly believe this warrants a policy debate on the merits of a centralised police service and whether this best serves the safety ideals of our Constitution. But in considering our Constitution, Section 206 has some provisions to assist those responsible for the police to introduce tailor-made approaches instead of a one-size-fits-all. It notes that the police minister must determine national policy after consulting provincial governments and after the minister has taken into account the policing needs and priorities of each individual province. It goes even further to note that there can be different policies for different provinces. This is a legacy of our terrible past, when the centralised apartheid police force stood unreformed, untransformed, and unresponsive to the needs of
On
a
a point of
representative
order, ma'am.
democratic.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to check if the member is aware that South Africa is a unitary country, not a federal state, where she demands separate policies for separate provinces.
Read section 206 of the Constitution.
Please, ladies, behave like honorable members. Honorable member, you want to respond?
Thank you. What I've just...
Will the other members please take your seats? I have not recognized.
What I've just stated comes directly from section 206 of the Constitution of the Republic.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable Collinga, are you on a point of order?
Chairperson, yes, I rose on a point of order because the previous member from the Eastern Cape should have asked you whether the member would, on the podium, would take a question. But she proceeded, like in the case before, to ask her question. And I think that was the point of order that should have been made.
That is noted, ma'am. Honorable member.
Stick to the rule, sister.
Thank you, Chair. I'm covered by the previous member.
Please proceed, honorable member.
Okay. All provinces should be able to make use of this tailor-made approach, which allows the police to be more responsive to the needs of communities and which in turn builds trust. We have the National Development Plan, the principles of which I'm pleased to note received a lot of attention in the Minister's speech. Interventions aimed at putting the NDP into practice are most welcome. We hope that in line with the NDP, specialised units will also be re-established. The Western Cape government has determined the reintroduction of the specialised units for gangs and drugs as a policing need in our province because drug and gang crimes plague our communities on a daily basis. Given the fact that we have no say in policing, we cannot put these policy recommendations into effect. And this is very serious because innocent children are caught in gang crossfire and families are afraid to leave their homes when gangster bullets fire at random. I hope the Minister will take this into account when determining the unique police policy for our province. The police is set to receive 72.5 billion rand roughly in this financial year. The police budget has more than tripled in the last decade, moving from roughly 21 billion to almost 73 billion. Unfortunately, we have not seen an equal reduction in the crime statistics. With a budget allocation of roughly 200 million rand per day, every day, for the next year, police management and each and every police officer have an immense responsibility to deliver to the citizens of our country. An immense responsibility to relentlessly uphold the law, maintain order, prevent crime, and conduct good investigations which lead to convictions in court. Similarly, the citizens of South Africa have a responsibility to be law-abiding and to assist and to support the police, because safety is everyone's responsibility, and each person can and must take steps to ensure their own safety as well as that of others. To conclude, Chairperson, I take this opportunity to wish the Minister well in his new role. I also take the opportunity to say thank you to the men and women in blue who put their lives on the line for us each day and who, despite difficult circumstances, fight on for justice, the supreme guiding ideal. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The Honourable Matievas.
Honorable Chairperson, thanks for the time. I want to take this opportunity to greet the honorable members in this house, the ministers. The correctional facility are mainly placed to harden and graduate offenders into hardcore criminals. They are a place of rape and violence which turns prisoners into gangs for protection, which perpetuate the cycle of violence. Under the risk of overcrowding, including the risk of TB infection and HIV and AIDS, the correctional service is actually not correctional. There are no systems in place to deal with juvenile offenders who are treated like hardcore criminals for petty crimes. Access to justice in our country largely depends on socio-economic reality, where the poor are left rotten in jail systems for being unable to pay bails of as little as 500 rand. They are often seen spending trial times of more than a year for failing to pay bail. Furthermore, Legal Aid South Africa is only being granted 1.6 billion to assist those who cannot afford private lawyers. It is common knowledge that this body is underfunded and overstretched. This undermines their effort to empower poor, vulnerable clients in accessing legal service and making informed choice. Magistrates, court officials and staffs are underpaid and overworked. There are backlogs of cases in excess of court for the poor. The criminal justice system is extremely ruthless on the poor, but on criminals who must appropriate bills like tax evaders, price fixings, and those who bribe to be above the law. Despite the fact that South African police service is well resourced, the actual work on the ground does not reflect that. We have been called upon again to fund the program that has been tried and failed, that of demilitarizing the police. That will put an additional bandit on the fiscal. The civil claims against the police have shown an increase in the last 4 years, since 2010 budget. And illegal arrests have cost the state 18.5 billion rand in the process. The police in this country have been used to serve the political ends of the state, as well as its financial interest. A clear example of this was the Marikana massacre, where the police killed 34 miners to protect ANC senior cadres, stalwarts, as well as white monopoly capital. The police in this country are generally mistrusted because of the increase in police brutality. Lately, we don't see what is different between the police of today and the apartheid police. The EFF will not support a department that promotes the criminalization of police. Government must deliver service. Police cannot be called in every time to shoot at our people for demanding better salaries and service.
Member, there's a point of order. Maruna Khai.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you. I would request that the honorable member must withdraw the assertion that the police kill people in Marikana. Because currently there's a commission that has not yet decided whether the police were the ones that killed those people in Marikana. Thank you.
Honorable members, you are putting me into serious trouble. The massacre in Marikana did happen. Yes. Bullets were fired. There is a commission. In other words, I'm saying both of you are right and both of you are wrong. There is a commission that is sitting. It has not concluded its business. Can we leave it at that? Honorable member, Mitileni.
I'm not aware if you're allowing me to talk, ma'am. But
I am allowing you to talk, so say your piece, Honorable Member.
Okay.
You are sitting down. Thank you. Please continue. Please continue, Honorable Matievas.
The police must be retrained. Every police officer must understand that they are law enforcers and they should protect instead of harming citizens. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The MEC for Community Safety and Transport Management. Order. Order. The Honorable Mulapisi.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister and Deputy Ministers, the Chief Whip, Honorable Members, MECs present here, delegates from provinces, the Chairperson of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, Generals and other senior members from the South African Police Service, distinguished guests. South Africa is a unitary state. Honorable Mikalakis, Winston Churchill said, "The price of greatness is a responsibility over each of your thoughts." I'm saying this, Honorable Chair, because on the 21st of July, during the Minister's budget vote, we observe with dismay by the negative remarks made by the member of the opposition bashing the police and its entire management. We want to say to the honorable member, the mind is a wonderful servant, but also it can be a terrible master. If you have become a negative thinker, this is because you have not cared for your mind and taken time to train it to focus on the good. This budget vote debate comes at a time when the world has just celebrated a successful International Mandela Week ago for the very first time since his death in December 2013. Recognizing his 67 years of his selfless struggle to change the socio-economic challenges facing the people of this country and the world, let his soul continue to rest in peace. The importance of this debate is that it comes at a time when we just had our 5th general election, with all the challenges and successes still fresh in our memories. I'm standing here, Honorable Chair, with clear memories of the different conditions some of our people still live under. As the Northwest Province, we believe the budget vote is in line with both the Freedom Charter policy position on security, the manifesto of the ANC, and the National Development Plan, which is our Vision 2030. We also believe that it positions South Africa better in the fight against crime and corruption. It is clear in your speech that policing is a societal responsibility. As a province, we are excited with the direction and policy position under your leadership, Minister, which in my view is a continuation from the past administration. There is a clear demonstration that the ANC-led government will always listen to its people and assess its policies and strategies and effect changes where necessary in order to benefit South Africa and its people as we move South Africa forward. Honorable Chair, we want to thank the Minister for the visit to our province on the 25th of July to share his vision and the vision of the department with us. The budget vote speech has already created and stirred a serious and constructive debate among the police and the community It has also created enthusiasm and brought about renewed energy among the stakeholders. We would like to commend you, the Minister, your department, with your emphasis on resourcing police station, community involvement in policing matters, revisiting some of the existing policies on police, capacitating police officials and equipping them with the necessary skills and knowledge. This has renewed the hope among many South Africans to freely walk their street without fear as we move South Africa forward. The efforts by the provincial commissioner in the province to support the administration and the direction are visible. The plans to build new police stations in remote community areas where the existing police station cannot cope with the demand due to new developments. The efforts to revive and sustain community forums and other stakeholders in relation and the redeployment of senior police management generals to provide much needed leadership and guidance across the province is very much well appreciated. These efforts in some instances and to a large extent will ensure more police visibility and improve response time, which is still lacking in specific areas due to, among other things, human factor, lack of resources, etc. Chairperson, it is also important to note that the people of the Northwest have already displayed their willingness to cooperate with the criminal justice by conducting citizens' arrests within the bounds of the law. This is best explained in the incident where the community of Nauport, near the Mahikeng area, arrested and handed over to the police a suspect in a case where a 83-year-old granny was raped and killed in her own home. We want to salute these community members and condemn the incident in the strongest possible terms. The conduct will go a long way and will serve as a perfect example of a good relationship between the police and the community. The Premier of the province, Rema Umapelo, has emphasized the significance of the traditional authorities, religious communities, and other stakeholders in his administration. This gesture, Honorable Chair, of respect and recognition of our tribal authority and religious leaders, among others, will also go a long way in addressing some of the moral values in our communities. On the 23rd of July, the entire executive, under the leadership of the Premier, held a reconciliation, healing, and renewal ceremony in Bloemhof. This was led by the various religious leaders after Bloemhof was characterized by a series of violence and was declared a hotspot area before the elections. All this emphasized the need for the police to work with the community and the benefits thereof. This is further reinforced by the existing knowledge gap between the ordinary police detectives and the normal court prosecutors, which explain the gap between the successful prosecution and reported case. Crime against women and children, disabled and elders is unacceptable and should not be tolerated. A lot has been done in this regard, but there is a lot that still needs to be done. We recognize the importance of our community leaders, traditional authority, religious leadership, and every single community member for their willingness to help fight against crime and corruption. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, we are demonstrating all this initiative to confirm and endorse our support for this budget vote. It is our strongest belief and conviction that partnership is a way to go.
Thank you, sir. The Honorable Kosi Tobejan.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Chief Whip, members of National Council of Provinces, special delegates from our provinces, ladies and gentlemen, and the people of South Africa, good afternoon, good evening. Chair, I'm going to deal with this 3 budgets in a very, short space of time, just to indicate that we do know that African National Congress, when it plans to deliver South Africa where it is today, it did not waste time and consult people who doesn't understand where the country wanted to go. We did that on our own. That is the reason, if you look at the history of the ANC from 1912 to date, you will see from time to time when we gathered and consider where South Africa is, security and justice becomes the core of African National Congress. Therefore, even today, when we are deliberating on these budgets, we are guided by this principle of saying our security and justice of our people come first before any other thing. Hence, even in our manifesto, Honorable Chairperson, if you look amongst the 5, priority, the security becomes core. We are still saying we haven't done enough. We need to create a country that it's stable, have a peace, guaranteed everybody's security and safer environment without any compromise. Taking into consideration, Chair, that the Minister of Police here this evening indicated to us that when he was considering the budget that he tabled in this House, he was guided by the blueprint documents of the African National Congress, the NDP. In the NDP, there are 5 key areas that have been highlighted in relation to the security. Amongst other is the strengthening of the crime justice system. And when you talk about that, you can't implement it without partnering with other institutions, including Department of Education, where we have identified that our schools need to be, a safer environment for our children in order to build a South Africa that will all be happy of it. It sometimes, make you to get worried, Honorable Chairperson, when you are in this, the highest, houses in the country, where you find people deliberately misrepresenting facts, despite the fact that everybody in South Africa have stood and said South Africa is better than what it was before 1994. It's amazed when you find a honorable member standing here and said South Africa, it has never shifted, to any level under the leadership of ANC. It's amazing, Chairperson. And of course, we need to remind our honorable members to say, in this House, we are calling you honorable members for a fact. Once you start, deliberately misrepresenting facts, we will never, continue calling you a honorable member. We'll locate for a term that will be suitable for you. I guess we'll find that term very soon. We can't keep on, having people that are deliberately misrepresent facts to, the people of South Africa. The people of South Africa have entrusted you to say you will gather here and deliberate on issues that matters much to them, not any other thing. And then we are talking, the minister here this afternoon said professionalism of the police. It's something that requires to be considered. We need, to change the police from becoming military as we inherited them from the apartheid system because they were having, a military police because they did not have intention of giving us security. They were having the intention of killing our people. We don't have the intention to kill anyone. We want professional police who will understand the needs of the society, who will work with the society and make sure that they achieve the goals that the society is setting up for security and justice. So we thought that that particular idea, Minister, it's something that needs to be pursued in order for us to achieve what we want to achieve. We are aware that crime prevention as a strategy that we are having, it's something that requires to be enriched because the criminals themselves, Minister, are so sophisticated. They move in tandem with yourself. As you develop, system, they are developing system ahead of yourself. So we need to work together and Leave this thing of wanting to politic on the lives of people and talk facts that we all going to say we want to build South Africa that we are going to be proud of. If any one of us in this house is sitting and said he doesn't care about security and justice, therefore it's a lost person in this particular house. We need people who, all of us, we will contribute to say, for us to have security and justice, we need to do things in a particular way. We need to make sure that our communities becomes the core of this, particular direction that we are trying to work on it. Of course, at some stage you get confused because some people coming from a little, province, they wanted to compete with the national, Western Cape as a province cannot become South Africa. But it looks like every day there are people who are addicted to the words Western Cape. Every time they stand behind this particular stand, they will tell you about Western Cape. While we are talking about a national, strategy to say we need to address the challenge that are confronting. By the way, here we are dealing with the legacy of some of your own ancestors. We are addressing things that have been damaged by yourself. As you talk, you need to be very careful that you have wasted our time. We should have been talking about other things, but we are dealing, the past 20 years, we were addressing your own legacy, which is very ugly. Nobody wanted to associate itself. Today, all of you, when you stand here, you want to claim that, no, we have never been part of apartheid. You are the benefits of, apartheid. You can't cheat us forever. You need to stop. You need to stop delaying ourselves and make us, to be progress and build a nation that it will be good for all of us. We cannot forever come here and hear Western Cape, Western Cape, what is Western Cape? We are talking South Africa. You must start planning about the bigger picture, not the little picture at a cocoon, a family issue. We are running the nation here, including yourself. You hear what I'm saying? We are managing, we are creating a better home for you. We want you to be safe wherever you live. Yeah, of course you can try that. I know. When we were reminding you of your ugly picture, you have to be agitated. You can't sit down. You have to roar. We understand. Nothing is surprising me. And then for God's sake, you'll never even intimidate me forever. You haven't when you were still having power. You will never do it today, and you will never do it even in future. I think Honorable Chairperson, Minister of Justice, made mentions of one important area that is closer to my heart, which is the revival of traditional bill courts. We are going to work, with yourself and make sure that we produce a law that will be suitable for all South Africans and make sure that African will remain, the original founder of this particular piece of nation. I'm seeing a miracle here, more South Africa. So you must sit comfortably, but you will never do that. So Mudula Stulo Renarnal Bagala ke Kalabagala and support or budget the passage you or get Jonah to South Africa Jaira to a better destiny. Thank you very much.
The Honorable, the Minister for Police, Untitled.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, honorable members. In responding to the debate, firstly, thanks very much for the positive contributions that have been made by a number of speakers and participants in this debate. But there are also some few areas that I think, Chairperson, I may want to just simply touch upon briefly to clarify. The Honorable Deputy Minister Andres Nel, has signed up as a police reservist. Now, and I think in that regard, the reason why I mentioned this is precisely because I think we should all take a cue. He has provided leadership that, in fact, it is everyone's responsibility to create a safe and secure environment, an environment that we live in. So we should all learn from steps taken by the Honorable Deputy Minister in this regard. But I'm just throwing this thing in as a particular example. Now, there are a few points that have been raised, and perhaps in certain instances I would want to match certain points. I think Honorable Klimbi, the chairperson, is absolutely correct. We had an apartheid police institution that was unleashed on our people. And that institution can't be compared to what we have today. It can never by any measure be compared to what we have today. Last night, one person who was a student at TEFLUP was relating a particular experience that every instance they saw a police van as students, they knew that they needed to run. You know, it was like that. So, in fact, that is not just simply an isolated case. You'll find that in many different circumstances in our respective communities, what the South African police at the time represented, they represented oppression. And therefore, what we have post-1994, we have had some significant shifts. And of course, we have alluded to the fact that we still have got challenges that we must continue to address in transforming, and one of the interventions is, of course, the issue of professionalizing the police services, the issue of demilitarizing the police service, and so forth. And I think in debating issues of policing and the creation of a safe and secure environment, as well as a stable society, we should be able to create necessary linkages. You know, I think it's Honorable Michaladis who spoke about recidivism. Recidivism actually is reoffending. The reason why you have that, Honorable Member, is precisely because the social circumstance under which the majority of our people live has not been effectively addressed. We're still in the process of dealing with those particular issues. And therefore, when you deal with the matter of crime, incarceration, amongst others, you should also be able to put into the equation the fact that if we have not fundamentally addressed our social conditions, which become a production point, by and large, for criminal activity within our society, we shall always battle with this particular matter. Now, if you want to know about the independence of the judiciary in South Africa and the Chapter 9 institutions, I think the best thing, my best advice I can give you is that go and talk and speak to one judge or many other judges that you know around the country and ask them of their experience during apartheid times, whether they will indeed tell you that they were independent. Now, the second thing is that it is not possible for the African National Congress to insist in the Constitution to have clauses talking to the independence of the judiciary and the independence of the Chapter 9 institutions, for an example, and then wake up the next day and turn around and say, we do not want the independence of the judiciary. If the ANC is in a position to do that, then indeed it will be quite schizophrenic. But in this particular instance, of course, we're talking about an organization that is quite sober, and its full sense is that it really knows and values what is there in the principles as enshrined in the Constitution. The issue around the question of the case loads, for an example, I think it does talk again to the point that we put an emphasis on, that we will continue as the South African Police Service, for instance, to make a contribution in strengthening the criminal justice system in the country. And all that it talks to is the question of the need for us to coordinate and strengthen mechanisms, for an example, so that indeed the question of the caseloads, as you were referring to, are matters that will somewhat be attended to, because that's in the interest of justice. Under trained police service, I disagree with you. You will not have a country that is like South Africa that stages mega events with a kind of an untrained police service according to yourself, and then still have successful events, be it your World Cup, be it anything else and so on. It's not possible. By so saying, I'm not saying that we should not continue to step up efforts, for an example, to train people around issues of public order policing in any other form and so forth. It is not possible to then talk about an untrained police service in a circumstance where in a country that has got over 13,000 public protests, and under 2,000 they turn violent, and we still respond responsibly and appropriately as a South African police service, even under such circumstances. So it's absolutely not. Honorable Deputy Minister Jeffries is absolutely correct. People should not make a mistake. First and foremost, let me just say that I think we should value the fact that we have the Marikana Commission of Inquiry. We should value that. Because in the history of this country, you had the South African police force that killed people and there was no consequence. Absolutely no consequence. They killed our people in Sharpeville, there was no consequence, no commission. They killed Steve Biko and there was absolutely no consequence. They killed Neil Agate and many, many others. And there was absolutely no consequence. And therefore to stand here and begin to compare a tragedy such as the one that we have in Marikana, for an example, as we had it in Marikana, and compare it to Sharpeville, when our people were treated with disdain and absolute hate on the side of state agencies such as the police service of the time, it's unjust in itself. And it is also a disrespect to the rule of law, because what we need to do is to respect that we have the commission and let us be guided by the articulations that will eventually come out of the commission. Honourable Member Kaula, thank you very much for supporting the issue of demilitarization, but also pointing out that we do have incidences that are quite isolated. You also mentioned the issue of Midomasha, for an example. And of course, we have acted accordingly in that particular regard. The centralization of the public order policing, you must remember we have re-established recently the public order policing. So we stand at about 4,800 as we speak, but we're continuing to increase the capacity. In the next 4 or 5 years, we want to double up that kind of number to a region of about 10,000, 12,000 or so. So it is something that we are paying attention to. And of course, we take note about some of the issues that Honourable Member Wenger from Wenger, I hope so. I hope I'm correct here. From the Western Cape. Thank you very much for congratulating me and praying for me. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think I need those kinds of prayers. But I think your recognition of the fact that a large number of our people in the police service are doing the best of their ability is under very difficult circumstances let me say, is a gratifying point. Now, you talk about under-resourcing. Maybe let's also note that particular point. I think wherever you go in the country, you'll always come across the question of the manner in which we are deploying resources, whether resources are sufficient or not sufficient, and so forth. You'll always come across those particular matters. But I think there's a debate as South Africans that we should have. Is the issue of policing in South Africa, do we think that it can be adequately addressed through numbers of police? I think we need to confront that question. I was made, in fact, I asked the Institute of Security Studies to, because they alluded to this particular point, that there is research work, for an example, from Colombia. Now, Colombia, you know what Colombia is. But the manner in which they've reduced their crime levels. It's quite interesting without increasing the, increasing on the side of the police personnel, for an example, but they looked at alternative ways and means of intervening at a societal level, as a result of which they have experienced a decrease in crime. So I've asked the ISS to also favor me with that kind of research, because I think it's quite interesting. Safety is everyone's responsibility. I think Honourable Member Wenga, you're absolutely correct. Honourable Member Matebas, it's difficult to say anything. It's really difficult to say anything around the issues that you mentioned. Of course, the South African Police Service must function within a democratic context, and it must further the interest of a democratic state. It must be able to do that. It can't further any other interest. Policing and creation of a safe and secure environment is in the interest of development. It is in the interest of democracy. And therefore, that's what a police service must be able to fit into in terms of an agenda that needs to be followed.
And I thank you, Honourable Minister.
Yes, the MEC from Limpopo, Honourable Mugaba Pukwana, a multifaceted approach to fighting crime. It is one of those interventions that certainly will, stand us in good stead to be able to deal with the issue of the fight against crime and corruption in our society. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
The Honourable Masuta. Honourable Masuta, you are not availing yourself to closing the debate. I did.
I believe in the rule of law, so obeying the rules of the House and the chair is paramount to me. I didn't hear because of the noise in the background. But thank you very much for the opportunity. And I'd like to thank honourable members for enriching this debate and in the process also sharing very valuable advice that we'll take on board as we begin to develop our implementation programs in response and to give effect to some of the undertakings that we've made in our budget presentations. In particular, I'd like to thank, amongst others, Khojito Bejani, who ran what I could call, to use the NGO's language, a political school for some of the opposition members. I think that your speech should be reduced in writing. Hopefully Hansard has captured it accurately so that you can share it with some of the colleagues on the other side who clearly seem to live in a different South Africa than the one that we have come to know for the past 20 years. Indeed, we have a good story to tell. The assertion that South Africa experiences high levels of crime is partially true. That truth is incomplete because there is another part of that truth. And that other part of that truth, as articulated by an independent statistics gathering institute in the US called the IHS, says that overall crime statistics indicate that crime in South Africa overall has reduced by about 35% over the past decade. It says that violent crime has reduced by about 40%. It says property-related crime has reduced by 24%. Now, that is a good story to tell. But of course, the opposition will not tell that story because they will not give credit where credit is due. Double standards. They talk about the Western Cape. Well, let's tell you, it will be interesting when we eventually get to gather the true statistics as opposed to, I don't know where you get this 70 to 90% recidivism. But let's see when the stats eventually get gathered by correctional services as to where the highest levels of such recidivism occurs. Chances are that the socio-economic conditions in the Western Cape that remain depraved in Khayelitsha, in the Cape Flats, where the crime levels are likely to be higher, will also show higher levels of recidivism because, as a colleague indicated, the Minister of Police, you have to look at the underlying socio-economic conditions that give impetus to the rise in levels of crime. Now, in the Western Cape, tell us your good story. Your good story is a partial story. It's a story for a select few. It's not a story for the totality of the population of the Western Cape. And I'm glad somebody reminded you, Honorable Wenger, that yes, this constitutional democracy establishes a unitary state with elements of devolution of certain responsibilities to the other spheres of government. We do not have an independent Republic of Cape Town or Western Cape. Get that out of your mind, because it's an illusion. Come and join fellow South Africans and help build the new South Africa, espoused in our Constitution, espoused in the policies of the glorious movement, the African National Congress, which, by the way, you so expressly said you support. The NDP, you have said you fully support. You say you also support, you actually love the ANC. You just hate the ANC of Jacob Zuma. How selective. When the President Thabo Mbeki was in power, you hated the ANC of Thabo Mbeki. Today, you love the ANC of Thabo Mbeki. Tomorrow, when a new ANC president is in power, you will hate the ANC of that president, and I'll assure you, you will be singing the praises of the great achievements that were attained during the term of the current president. If you look, for example, at the spend that this, under the leadership of the current president, has gone to infrastructure development, which also includes, of course, the many courts that we've built that I've alluded to. If you look at the many other improvements in service delivery that have occurred, which is often distorted by some of the sometimes politically motivated protest marches, and God knows which are the parties represented here, which may have some hand in some of those violent protests. I don't know.
Honourable Minister.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. I really would like to conclude by thanking the honourable members for the valuable contributions they've made, and to remind the opposition parties, tell the full truth and not part of the truth. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. Honourable members, this concludes the debate on vote number 21, which is Correctional Service. Vote number 23, which is the Independent Police Investigative Directorate. Vote number 24, which is Justice and Constitutional Development. Vote number 25, which is Police Appropriation Bill. And this concludes the debate on those 4 votes. 5. It's 4. Thank you very much. We then proceed, honourable members, to the next.
Secretary. Policy debate on budget vote number 16, Health Appropriation Bill, Bill 4 of 2014.
Honourable members, we take the opportunity to invite the Minister for Health, Ndati Mutsoaledi.
Honourable Chairperson, my colleague, the Deputy Minister of Health, Dr. Joe Patla, my colleagues, ministers present, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Health, Honourable Dlamini, members of the Select Committee on Social Services, Honourable members of the House, MECs present, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Chairperson, the year 2015 is very important on the World Development Agenda. The year 2015 is the end year for the Millennium Development Goals. These are set goals adopted by heads of state under the auspices of the United Nations to try and move development of the world forward. As you know, out of the 8 Millennium Development Goals, 3 are to be found in health. These are reducing child mortality by 2/3 by 2015, reducing maternal mortality by 3/4 by 75% by 2015, dealing with the scourge of HIV, AIDS, and malaria. Over the past 14 years, countries have been working very hard to achieve these noble goals. Honorable Chairperson, now that 2015 is around the corner, does it mean that these noble goals are coming to an abrupt end? Fortunately, no. Borrowing from our Codesa days, I will say that the global health fraternity, that within the global health fraternity, there's a generally broad emerging consensus that what the World Health Agenda must look like post-2015. It is generally believed that there must be 3 goals that form the post-2015 World Health Agenda. The first goal is that MDG number 456 need to continue far beyond 2015. That is goals on child mortality, maternal mortality, and the fight against HIV and AIDS, TB, and malaria should not stop at 2015. The second goal is that the world must decisively deal with the risk factors that cause the ever-exploding pandemic of non-communicable diseases of lifestyle. You will recall that these risk factors are smoking, harmful use of alcohol, poor diet, and lack of exercise. The third goal, which must be a World Health Agenda post-2015, is the implementation of universal health coverage by every country. As you know, universal health coverage in South Africa is called NHI, the National Health Insurance. As far as HIV, AIDS, and TB are concerned, we've made tremendous progress in the last 5 years. Honorable Chairperson, the 2015 International Conference on HIV and AIDS held in Melbourne, Australia, has just been concluded by Friday last week. The decision is that we need to bring HIV AIDS to an end by 2030. It was agreed that in this instance, bringing HIV AIDS to an end must mean the following. 1, that 90% of the people know their status. 2, that 90% of those that are positive are on treatment. And 3, that 90% of those on treatment are virally suppressed. Viral suppression means that you are HIV positive, but the medication is so successful that when we try to measure the level of the virus in your blood, we cannot detect it. When an HIV positive person is in this state of viral suppression, they can no longer disseminate the virus to other people, while of course they remain HIV positive. To enhance these 3 things means a lot of work, Honorable Chairperson. It means mass testing at every possible setting: schools, universities, workplaces, churches, parliament, legislatures, and communities. I forgot the NCOP, of course, I want to add it. It will also mean stepping up treatment. Presently, there are 2.5 million people on ARVs in our country. This, Honorable Chairperson, is 30% of the global total. It is hence a huge program that needs cooperation and participation of all in this country. That is why we announced last week, Honorable Chairperson, that from January next year, we shall treat HIV positive people when their CD4 count is less than 500, no longer 350, as is the case now. We also announced last week that all pregnant women who are HIV positive will now be moved to what is called option B+, as against the present B. Option B means when a woman is pregnant and HIV positive, they stay on treatment only while they are breastfeeding. On termination of breastfeeding,
they do a CD4 count, and if it's less than 350, they stop the treatment. If it is less than 350 years, they continue treatment. If it's more than 350, they stop the treatment. But in option B+, HIV-positive pregnant women stay on treatment for life, regardless of the CD4 count. This shall start in January next year. This is being done to save as many mothers as possible. As you can see, Honorable Chairperson, this is a mammoth of a task. It means that extraordinary effort is needed by all to be able to reach these above goals. If we lower our guard, like for instance, one province not doing their level best to implement and sustain these programs, the country will fail to achieve these goals. I'm now calling upon honorable members of this House to be vigilant in their oversight work. The country needs that type of vigilance. I want provinces also to commit themselves to these ideals. Honorable Chairperson, I've already stated that one of the 3 post-2015 World Health Agenda is to implement universal health coverage, or NHI, in our case. Let me repeat what I've said many times in the past 3 years, that for NHI to work and be sustainable in South Africa, 2 things need to happen. 1, the cost of private health care needs to be put under control. This fact is even asserted by the National Development Plan, or the NDP. 2, the second thing that needs to happen is that the quality of care in the public health sector needs to drastically improve. Last year, Parliament passed an act that allows us to establish the Office of Health Standard Compliance, whereby inspectors will go to our health facilities unannounced to inspect the facility for compliance with certain basic standards. I wish to report, Honorable Chairperson, that the office has been set up in January. In other words, we have appointed the commissioners who are going to set up this office, and they are in the process of doing so as I'm speaking. It will be imperative that health facilities achieve the basic standards. To remind you, these basic standards are, among others, 6 core standards. It is the cleanliness of the institution, safety and security of staff and patients, attitude of staff, infection control, drug stock outs, and waiting times. To comply with these standards, it is not just going to be ushered in on the wheels of inevitability. No, Chairperson, it is going to need deliberate and determined effort on each and every health facility. It is going to need an extraordinary will by all stakeholders. Let us take, for instance, a primary health care facility. We are intending that primary health care facilities must be the first port of call under the NHI. Yes, our primary health care facilities will have to be exceptional and be utilized by a large number of people before people are referred to higher level facilities. We had asked ourselves, Honorable Chairperson, a very important question. And the question was, what should a clinic in South Africa look like for every citizen to proudly utilize it without any reservations? You are aware, Chairperson, that in South Africa today, everybody who believe they are well-to-do, whenever they are sick, they believe they can only utilize the private sector. I was asked a question when we instituted our first workshop to establish the Office of Health Standard Compliance. We invited the Lord Nigel Crisp, who is from the House of Lords in Britain, who was previously the CEO of the National Health System in Britain, to help us because Britain has got a Quality Care Commission. and our Office of Health Standard Compliance will work like a quality co-commission. So we asked him to help us establish this office. One day, as he kept on visiting, he asked me, he said, Minister, just tell me, what are you South Africans trying to do? You know, I've noticed that in South Africa, everybody who has got a name, a title, and some form of decent salary, whenever they are sick, they think the only place they can go is to a private sector facility. He said, Minister, please come to Britain. You'll discover that the rich, the mighty, and the powerful, and the famous are still using public health facilities. And he said, Minister, I want you to consider this very seriously, because what you are doing is not sustainable anywhere in the world. It's going to collapse at some stage or the other. Now, Chairperson, you are aware that the Competition Commission has established a public market inquiry to look into the pricing of private health care, because that prediction by Lord Nigel Crisp is already happening. Many medical aids are collapsing. They cannot cope. Many people who are on medical aids, including you here, you will know that the premium you are paying for your medical aid is going higher and higher. But the benefits are going lower and lower. And one day, the premium will hit the ceiling and the benefits will hit the ground. That's where, unfortunately, we are heading to. Now, we need to deal with this question, Chairperson. And one of the areas of ways of dealing with it is the implementation of NHI, but it must be in such a way that the whole health agenda, the whole platform on which health is delivered today must completely change. And I want you to understand this issue. Now, we interrogated this question. How do we make sure that a clinic can be utilized by the powerful, the mighty, and the famous, as Lord Nigel Crisp told us is happening in England? After thoroughly interrogating this question, we came across the concept of an ideal clinic model. Yes, an ideal clinic is what will characterize the new primary health care facility in South Africa. The ideal clinic is going to have 10 components. And the components will be the administration part, the clinical guidelines, medicine supplies and laboratory services, staffing and professional standards, infrastructure and support services, health information management, communication, district health support system, and partners and stakeholders. Under the 10 components will be 184 elements. These elements will identify the activities in the ideal clinic. That is how the reception operates, how the security system of the clinic is arranged, water supply and sanitation. For instance, should the clinic suffer if the water supply in the municipality somehow is switched off, or the water is dirty, or something wrong happens within that municipality, should the health system suffer? An ideal clinic needs to have a 10,000-liter tank that will make sure that during that period, the health system doesn't suffer. The electricity supply, should it suffer if something goes wrong with ESCOM, an ideal clinic should have a generator that will automatically switch on when the electricity supply in that municipality is in trouble. The issue of maintenance of the facility, financial management, computerization of the record system, community engagement, these are some of the few of the 184 elements in the ideal clinic. Honorable Chairperson, during the State of the Nation address, the President spoke of a Malaysian concept called big, fast results. The Malaysians believe that any government policy anywhere in the world will always be found at 300 feet from the ground. That means that no matter how good a government policy is, it will always be above the ground from ordinary people until it is pulled down to be at least 3 feet, not 300 feet above the people. The method of bringing this policy to 3 feet is called big, fast results, and this is what the president was talking about. It is achieved by creating a laboratory. In this laboratory, you bring together all the people who are needed for the successful implementation of this policy under one roof for a period of about 8 weeks. They are locked together in that venue for this period and will not be allowed out until they produce a credible plan for the big fast results. The president announced that the first laboratory in South Africa will be created for the Department of Environmental Affairs to help them harness the marine resources along our vast coastal line. The laboratory is now operating in Durban as I'm speaking. I'm due to visit it because the next laboratory, the president announced that must be in health. We in health have decided that this laboratory will be about the ideal clinic. It will be a laboratory to bring the ideal clinic into operation. No less than 80 to 100 people will be locked in this laboratory. It will be people from health, finance, water and sanitation, public works, roads, ESCOM, telecommunication, and all other relevant departments which are needed to bring the ideal clinic into operation. It will also bring together members of civil society that are needed, as well as the private sector. These people will sit under one roof for a period of 8 weeks and produce a clear implementation plan for the ideal clinic. This plan will have to have time frames. It will have to indicate the budget. It will have to indicate the targets. And it will have to indicate people responsible for each and every step. We are looking forward to this laboratory, chairperson, because our clinics must improve to an extent where we are able to utilize them, regardless of our status in society. Chairperson, I told you that the Third World Health Agenda is about NCDs, the non-communicable diseases that are exploding on the face of this planet. Diseases of lifestyle like diabetes mellitus, cancer, high blood pressure, chronic heart disease, etc. They are a problem. In fact, it is believed, chairperson, that if we don't take drastic steps in the next decade or two, many countries around the world will not be able to carry their health budget. Already, as I'm speaking, there are countries where 45% of the whole population has got diabetes. Just imagine what will that mean if it happens to your country. That's why this morning we're talking about taking further drastic steps about smoking. And people thought we are becoming lunatics, health lunatics. They don't know that the world is sitting on a time bomb. So we are going to solve this issue, chairperson, by establishing a National Health Commission. A National Health Commission will be chaired by the Deputy President of the country, to be deputized by somebody from the academia, a professor who talks a lot about these diseases. And the Minister of Health will be third in charge. This commission will be given the job to tell the country and instruct Parliament and municipalities, what do we do about smoking? What will happen to the country if we don't do that? What do we do to alcohol? What will happen to the country if we don't take action? What do we do to motor vehicle accidents? What do we do to diet, which is ever poisoning our people? And what do we do to lack of exercise, which many of you are accustomed to? I still don't know how I'm going to force you to exercise, but I'm told by this method that we have to devise a means to make everybody exercise. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Honorable L.C. Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My greetings to the Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister, the Chief Whip, MECs present from different provinces, alternate delegates, honorable members in our midst. Good afternoon, good evening. I learned that from the Chief. You can say it both. Honorable Chairperson, I'm tempted to start off by supporting the budget of the department together with the APP as presented, because in our minds and based on what was presented by the department during the sitting of the select committee, we were convinced that that plan will really change the lives of our people better. It is in line with the NDP, which is in line with the manifesto of the ruling party, in line with the January 8 statement, in line with the health plan of the ANC. There are those who are saying we have abandoned the RDP. I am inviting them to go back and revisit that plan, the RDP. And I've gone through that plan, and I was convinced, Honorable Chair, that the department is implementing that plan to the latter. We want to say thank you very much, Honorable Minister, to take the ANC plan seriously as you did, and the passion that you have attached to it. We really appreciate that. Honorable Chair, I am convinced, in fact, there is no way that I can start this debate without going back after realizing the extent of education that we have to do with some honorable members here in terms of our plan. I'm convinced that sometimes it's not deliberate. It is because most of the plan, in fact all the plans, during the negotiations, they did not have a plan. We are using the ANC plan. So it's too much expectation from our side to expect them to understand our plans, even though those plans were adopted to be the plan of the government. Honorable Chairperson, we are debating this budget vote today after 20 years of democracy, which suggests that we look back pre-1994 in terms of policy and celebrate the achievements and gains of democracy and plan ahead for the next 30 years. There are those who are saying 30 years will not be there, which means that they are doing that for themselves. What was happening before, the mental, physical, and social health of South Africans were severely damaged by apartheid policies and their consequences. The healthcare and social services that were developed were grossly inefficient, inadequate, especially in rural areas. Health services were fragmented, inefficient, and ineffective, and resources were grossly mismanaged and poorly distributed. That was the analysis pre-1994. So you hear them today talking about corruption. That was happening in the health system. What was happening, if I may give an example, Honorable Chair, I was fortunate because just before democracy, I was working for a Department of Health and Population Development as the Eastern Transvaal. Bengihlala the former Kangwane government, ngisebenta ku white area. I had to take a bus to work. Ngifike emsebenzini ngithatha imoto ngihambe ngiyosebenza past the Bantustan areas, go and service the white areas, go back, take a car and take a bus back to where I'm staying. When I'm sick, I will not use those facilities in the white areas because of my color. I will have to go back to Kangwane. This is what we mean here when we talk about the health system at the time. The South African government, through its apartheid policies, developed a healthcare system which was sustained through the years by promulgation of racist legislations and the creation of institutions such as political and statutory bodies who for the control of the healthcare profession and facilities. These institutions and facilities were built and managed with specific aim of sustaining racial segregation and discrimination in healthcare services. So apartheid was everywhere. Whether you like it or not, it was there. We have to go back to those issues. The net result had been a system which is highly fragmented, biased towards curative care and the private sector, inefficient and inequitable. There was no teamwork. The most important person in the healthcare system was a doctor. Other people did not matter at the time. I want to say thank you very much to the African National Congress, which recognize all stakeholders involved in the health fraternity so that they can contribute towards making the lives of our people better. In fact, you will not be surprised that there are those people who will not support this budget and plan. What they basically mean is that everything must stand still. Akungabi na mise tibhedlela, akungadliwe tibhedlela, asinga renovate ama health facilities because they don't see them being part of this government. I want to say just an advice to opposition parties. Just now, during the elections, what you told the people that you were going to do, you will not be able to do it if you don't work with the ANC and oppose everything. Because the ANC is a leading party. For you to achieve your manifestos, unfortunately, you are forced to work with the ANC and you can't oppose everything if you are responsible leaders. In its 53rd conference in Mangaung, 2012, the ANC took a number of resolutions on the following matters. The National Health Insurance, the central hospitals, which are known as academic hospitals. Honorable Minister, I've realized that those are national hospitals, but we do want to recommend that do consider having each province having one such a hospital. If you look at the number of ambulances that are traveling from specific places to those hospitals, if you may use example of Mpumalanga, almost every day there's transport that is going to Gauteng. Look at the resources that we spend and what is happening when people are accompanying their families. We would recommend that if resources allows, let's consider each hospital, each province having one. The issue of security, human resources, infrastructure, quality of healthcare, re-engineering of primary healthcare, and cost of healthcare, the minister has alluded into that. All these are detailed, if you want more details, to the manifesto of the African National Congress and also the State of the Nation address. I have already indicated that I will not be surprised that people will not support this budget, but they must just bear in mind that if they had said to those people, vote for us so that we go to Parliament and oppose everything that is being said, the ANC, they will not be here today. The President, in his State of the Nation address, indicated that health remains one of the 5 priority areas of government. During the previous financial year, the Department of Health, of course, led by the ANC, has made considerable achievement in the implementation of the above-mentioned goal. For example, the overall life expectancy of South Africans has increased from 56 years to, that was in 2009, to 60 years. That is a great achievement. That was in 2011. The under 5 mortality rate over the past has decreased from 40 deaths per 1,000 lives birthed to 30. It is also a good story to tell. I don't know if they do understand what I'm talking about. Mhlawumbe kuyafuna ngisho nangesiswati ukuthi lizinga lokushona kwebantwana lehlile ku40 per 1000 laya ku30. Mabasukuma la utobeva batothi our systems are not working well. This exceeds the sector negotiated service delivery agreement targets of 2014, which are the decrease under 5 mortality and infant mortality rate to 50 per 1,000. The department has finalized the National Strategic Plan for HIV, STI, and TB for the period 2012 to 2014. Those are the plans. You don't just implement things, you plan ahead if you are a leading government. The campaigns on the accelerated reduction of maternal and child mortality in Africa strategy to accelerate progress towards improved maternal and child health outcomes. These are all the achievements that has been done by the department through the leadership of the African National Congress. Honorable Chairperson, I may not go through all of them, but it is important to say that the ANC government has reported on its new sophisticated system of infrastructure planning, where the key issue of access using geospatial technology, it is now able to map out where the greatest needs for health services is likely to be. You don't just thumbsuck, wake up tomorrow and build an infrastructure. You need such a technology to assist you in terms of building your infrastructure. Having said that, with all the achievements that has been done by the government, I do want to say, honourable ministers, that there are a number of challenges that we have identified as a committee that we think that the department must take care of. The issue of the infrastructure in other institutions.
Honourable Member, can you summarize?
Yes. Then also there are clinics that are said to have been built by the missionaries but are used by government. One of them in Mpumalanga, Ilupisi Clinic. They are doing very well, but the infrastructure is very bad. And also there are the issues of pharmacies, medication, and staff
Honourable
attitude.
Member, your time is really up.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much. May I then call on Honourable Thandi Mpambo Sibugwana.
Nkosi. Honourable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honourable Ministers and Deputies, Honourable Deputies of the NCOP, Honourable Members of the NCOP, ladies and gentlemen upstairs. Okokuqala mphathiswa, ndifuna ukuthi umgomo nombono bokuqinisa i-National Development Plan yakho iyabonakala kubantu boMzantsi Afrika. Ndifuna ukuthi la matyathanga owazisileyo ngawo abonisa umbono wakho wokwakha isizwe nokubonelela into yokuba impilo yabantu ayikho mngciphekweni. Firstly, Honourable Chairperson, I would like to point out that the deadline for the 2015 UN Millennium Development Goal is looming. With this in mind, beyond the post-2015 agenda, it has been suggested that the Sustainable Development Goals with millennium contexts should be established to carry us into the future. And that is a fact and a true fact. With this in mind, honourable members, I want to know how equipped shall we be Then, on the challenges that we are facing today in order to withstand the test of the times, we are deeply concerned that the rights of South African citizens to health could be compromised. The South African government has a responsibility, honorable members, to ensure that the well-being of its citizens is not compromised. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, chairperson, I would like to draw your attention to the issues relating to health that need stringent measures. Primary health care, as alluded by the minister in his speech, the national health insurance, the child mortality, HIV and AIDS issues that could cost South African citizens their constitutional right if not addressed accordingly. Honorable Chairperson and the House at large, it is essential to understand that far too little time is spent in addressing primary health care. The public sector is under-resourced and stretched in various places, particularly in rural areas. The National Development Plan is set up with its vision, as my minister has alluded in his speech, needs to address this. Honorable Minister, recent researches show that sick patients go directly to secondary care hospital, and you alluded to this in your speech, when they had primary health care problems and primary health clinics at their disposal. The big question is, why do they do that? Findings show that community-based primary health care limits the spread of preventable disease, resulting in trauma and opportunity costs of hospital care being avoided and physicians focusing on patients with urgent complaints. More broadly, Honorable Chairperson, if primary health care worked well to prevent diseases, then our country could spend billions more rand on treating disease and conducting clinical research to find new cures. Currently, Minister, the burden on primary health care system means that the scenario is escalating each and every day. I just want to bring to your attention, Minister, what happened in one of the hospitals in George, and the findings that after the research were found. 88.2% of patients who arrive at hospital for emergency are referred to hospital, and 30.2% of them had complaints that lasted for a month. It was established that 4.7% of the self-referred cases were emergency reasons such as diabetes, high blood pressure, as Minister has alluded. 27.5% claimed that the prescribed medicines were not effective. 23.7% believe that the treatment at the hospital is superior and thus they would seek for alternatives. And thirdly, many people complained that no after-hours primary health care services were available. Minister, this is not justice to South African citizens. If they can only be served from 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock, and at midnight there is no help for them, stringent measures need to be taken. I just want to say, Minister, you are on the right path. And we are supporting the fact that you are re-engineering primary health care. That is a very good way to go, the re-engineering part. But the thing is, Minister, as you have described in your 2014-15 annual performance plan, what is your plan in place to pursue this vision? We as the DA, we call on you, Minister, having heard from the briefing of the Select Committee, that you need to put in place education campaigns on primary health care services to be introduced. Secondly, the clinics need to be open at all times all hours in order to reduce the number of patients inappropriately ending up in emergency care. Alternatively, Minister, appoint specially clinical nurse practitioners that could provide after-hours primary health care services in hospitals. Also, channel, Minister, patients using the triage system to the appropriate level of care by ramping up the quality of health information and communication technology, and use the standard referral letter for those patients. This will be justice to our South African citizens. And this is a way to move South Africa forward. Equally essential, I would like to point, Chairperson, that as stipulated by Nomonde Bam in the Tswana Health Post model, a very good way to go. A health post manager needs to be reinstituted. A professional nurse could be between 20 to 30 communities, health workers recruited from the communities surrounding the health post. This is a model that's been practiced and it has proved to work well. Each health post to serve approximately 2,000 to 3,000 households in a defined area or in a municipal ward. The health post should be hosted by an existing community-based non-profit organization rooted in the community. The community collect digitized records using cellular and other modern information technology for the entire community. Kuba-ke Minister, inyathi buzo kabaphambili. This information comes from the medical, doctors, researchers, health professionals working in this field. So we are sure that the job, if done appropriately and properly, this will be prioritizing the health of our citizens. I would like to also point to the Minister that our NA, Deputy Minister and Shadow Minister, visited Plenary Hospital because of what has been reported by the media. Siyakholwa indokba Thomas, who can only get the test when we go to institution and not just sit back and hear from the media. In their visit, there have been findings. And these are the findings, Minister, that need your sudden intervention. Patients with bone fractures were accommodated in referral ward on stretchers due to a shortage of bed space. This hospital does not have hot water. The nursing staff and patients boil water in urns. This is compromise to one's health. Patients bring their own blankets in Plenary Hospital and pillows to hospital due to the medical linen shortages. The hospital regularly runs out of medical consumables. According to hospital staff, there are 3 fully equipped operating theaters on the 7th floor out of operation due to a shortage of anesthetic equipment. Minister, we cannot do justice to our citizens if we are running short of certain equipment when the tax money is being paid. Some patients in the orthopedic ward have been waiting for surgery for more than 3 months. And I repeat, this is not justice to South African citizens. According to the medical staff at Plenary Hospital, only 4 operating theaters are functional, and the 5th one is out of commission because it is not equipped with relevant machines. Honorable Chairperson, this is not only a moral obligation, it's also a constitutional failure that robs South Africans of their right to quality health care. Your immediate intervention in this matter, Minister, is essential. I trust you will prioritize it. I heard in your speech talking about the child mortality, TB and HIV AIDS that are being prioritized, and for me, that is a compliment. As the DA, we would like to pose a question: how does the health system bridge the problem of health inequality? How do we tackle the problems of underfunding, poor management, as well as deteriorating infrastructure, which you spoke about in this sector? Minister Motsoaledi had made great strides in his regard, even though we have a long way to go. Taking into account the above-mentioned issues, it is unquestionable that the National Health Insurance 10-point plan has failed to be fully efficient. As poor management is still an issue in our rural communities, we need to expedite our measures and our system to tackle these diseases that coexist, such as tuberculosis and HIV and AIDS. However, we as the DA support the accelerated training of specialist nurses on scale, and this is in support of the NDP and the NHI plan that is in place. Honorable Chairperson, the overcrowding in hospitals, particularly Chris Hani Hospital in Gauteng, where patients, including the elderly, sleep on the floor. This is a compromise to the dignity of our South African citizens. Furthermore, Chairperson, the sharing of beds in Chris Hani Hospital for 2 patients increases the potential of spreading of contagious disease amongst them. This needs to be addressed, Minister, in Chris Hani Hospital. In the same vein, addressing the issue of diarrhea, Minister, we would like your sudden intervention to bring the well-being of the South Africans. We have long had this affliction of HIV and AIDS and tuberculosis and diarrhea, and would like to say to you, Minister, whilst you have an integrated approach, strengthen it from all departments and put it together.
Can you conclude?
I will. Water and sanitation, as you alluded in your speech, you mentioned that in your speech, social development and education. We call on this department to address these issues, especially in rural areas. The diarrheal disease should be viewed as a pandemic. Because of this, it is therefore much more important to have a political will that will solve this problem. To conclude, we are saying as the Democratic Alliance, advocate for greater emphasis to be placed on preventative measures of HIV and AIDS, rather than channeling the money on a behavioral impact that could be solved and all other communicable disease. Ndihlabe ikhwelo nje kuwe mphathiswa, ndicela uthathe linqalele ngempilo yabantu boMzantsi Afrika. Unendlebe nje ndiyaphinda, unetyala.
Honorable member, your time is up. May I call on Honorable Janji, MEC Eastern Cape?
Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Chair, Minister of Health, Dr. Motsoaledi, Deputy Minister of Health, Dr. Phaahla, MECs present, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, honorable members of the House, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today, as we draw closer to the end of the Nelson Mandela Month, we converge here to give an affirmation that the Department of Health, under the leadership of Dr. Motsoaledi, is committed to providing citizens of this country with quality health services and promote better life for all in the true spirit of Dr. Mandela. And indeed, as government, we put the needs of our people first. I've glided over the policy speech of the minister and picked up that his policy speech highlighted the department's plans and priorities, which are thoroughly aligned to the government's priorities of the current administration. And indeed, as the province, we have aligned our priorities to the priorities of the National Department of Health. And these departmental priorities also find reflection in both the strategic plan of the province and also the APP to ensure a proper implementation. The priorities, ladies and gentlemen, include, for this financial year, improving compliance with national core standards throughout the department's health facilities, as the minister also alluded, improving patient service experience while visiting the health facilities, implementation of the NHI phases in the OR Tambo pilot district, scaling up the fight against TB and HIV, strengthening the re-engineering of primary health care services, improving maternal, child and women health, improving the emergency management system and operations, strengthening governance in district and health facilities, strengthening public health effectiveness, and improving infrastructure. The President has consistently emphasized the infrastructure rollout as a major job creation vehicle and a stimulant to our economy. Infrastructure, therefore, assumes a critical role, particularly in the pilot area, the NHI pilot in OR Tambo. It is for this reason that our department will invest 1.7 billion in OR Tambo district, which is the NHI pilot, towards building 17 new clinics, rehabilitation of 3 hospitals and rehabilitation of 40 clinics, rehabilitation of a community health center, and we will build 3 new hospitals. A total of 172 million has been set aside to attend to repairs and maintenance of 154 health facilities. We are implementing the revitalization of primary health care services through 383 ward-based teams, which addresses TB, HIV, chronic diseases, amongst others. On the emergency medical services front, Honorable Chairperson, we'll increase our capacity by increasing the number of ambulances, filling the vacant operational and management posts, train EMS practitioners, fit our ambulances with tracking devices so that the service is professionalized. Yesterday, Honorable Chairperson, we unveiled 110 new ambulances, 14 forensic vehicles, and 5 rescue vehicles. This was the largest consignment of ambulances unveiled, though our target is to attain 167 more ambulances. Chairperson, in terms of the budget, we have received the second largest budget in the province of 17.5 billion. And in terms of economic classification, the budget allocation is as follows. Current payments, 16 billion. Compensation of employees, 11. Goods and services, 4.4 billion. Transfers and subsidies, 229 million. Payments for capital assets is 1.1 billion. Honorable Chairperson, is it worth bringing to the attention of the honorable members of this House that although the department received the second biggest budget, the department's service delivery and priority obligations to the people of the province far outweigh the current allocation. Key amongst the 2015 medium-term expenditure framework budget pressures are identified in the provisioning of additional 157 personnel. The Eastern Cape, Honorable Chairperson, has a population of over 6.5 million and therefore should have 656 operational ambulances. But according to our fleet, we've got only 306 ambulances. That is a shortfall of 351. Although I'm boasting of the 110 that we unveiled yesterday, we, however, still need to replace 157 out of the 306 that I say are in operation, because some of them have reached the mileage that they are supposed to. The cost for this replacement, that's the cost for the ambulances and the cost for the personnel, totals 350 million. The other pressure has been the Cuban training program, because we increased the intake to 100 students per year. That increase is going to cost us 35 million. Honorable Chair, we have a good story to tell, and the next year will be no different. We will continue on the focus area I've mentioned, and we will further pursue all efforts to ensure that a solution aimed at resolving the department's cost pressures is provided. I would like to thank the Honorable Minister for the guidance that he keeps giving to the department. And I also pledge that all that is needed to improve the health of the people of South Africa, we will help in all ways. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. May I call on the Honorable Deputy Minister to continue the debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, ministers and deputy ministers present, the Honorable Chair of our Committee of Social Services, Honorable Dlamini, MECs, Honorable MECs from various provinces present here, members of the Select Committee, members of the NCOP, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate this opportunity, Honorable Chair, to participate in the budget vote for our department for 2014-2015. Let me say on the outset, as already pledged by the Minister and the Chair of the committee and other speakers from the African National Congress, that indeed our plans, the strategic plan 2014-2019, and our annual performance plan both speak directly to the National Development Plan, but also is also through implementation of the commitments we made in our manifesto towards the 2014 elections. Let me appreciate the honorable member from the DA for having pledged to work with the ANC. I heard her saying, pledging that she is going to work with the ANC in taking South Africa forward. We appreciate and I believe, and listening to the honorable member, actually, in most of the speech, she was confirming the correctness of the ANC policies and the ANC programs. I think the honorable member still has a few minutes and hours to think about actually coming to the right home. We're looking forward to welcome you, honorable member. Honorable members, we are all familiar with the fact that, as the Minister has outlined, the challenge which, as a country, we face in as far as HIV/AIDS, TB, and the high rates of maternal and child morbidity and mortality. But I must hasten to say to you that we need to also be aware of the growing problem, which the Minister touched on, of the new epidemic, which is that of non-communicable diseases, which is recognized all over the world. Currently, as we speak, in the age range of 30 to 70-year-olds, non-communicable diseases account for 43% of the deaths in diseases such as cardiovascular diseases, including hypertension, cancer, diabetes, chronic respiratory diseases, mental diseases, and other chronic diseases, which have been part of the problems of our country for many years, but because of the high levels of infectious diseases tended to take secondary spot. But with increased urbanization and industrialization, we are already seeing the growing trends of non-communicable diseases. These diseases are often termed silent killers, correctly so, because many people that have diseases such as diabetes mellitus, hypertension, for instance, are not even aware of the fact that they are suffering from these ailments. The National Development Plan is very accurate in addressing this matter in saying, I quote, South Africa's health challenges are more than medical. Behavior and lifestyle also contribute to ill health. To become a healthy nation, South Africans need to make informed decisions about what they eat, whether or not they consume alcohol, sexual behavior, levels of physical activity, just to mention some of the factors. In 2011, the UN passed a resolution recognizing the challenge of non-communicable diseases. And just over 2 weeks ago, the General Assembly again reviewed progress made in implementing the political declaration for prevention of and control of non-communicable diseases. I'm pleased to say to you, honorable members, that South Africa was acknowledged as a leading country in taking serious steps towards addressing the major risk factors of these non-communicable diseases. We were recognized as a leader in areas such as tobacco control, trans fat and salt regulation, and also on the proposal to restrict advertising and also of sponsorship of alcohol. Since 1995, we have brought down smoking by 30%. Our salt regulations, which industry is now beginning to implement ahead of them being compulsory in 2016 and 2019, are projected to result in having fewer deaths as low as reducing by 7,400 due to cardiovascular diseases, and also by 4,300 fewer non-fatal strokes. Coming back to alcohol consumption, it remains a major problem in our country, very high. Amongst those who consume alcohol, our average levels are at 27 liters of pure alcohol per annum in the above 15 years of age. Much higher also, especially amongst men, at 37 liters of pure alcohol, which is far above the general world average of 21 liters. So this is quite a challenge. We realize that these figures will not just simply be brought down by reducing advertising, but it is also a well-established fact from several studies that alcohol advertising does influence behavior. It brings about positive beliefs about drinking and encourages young people to start early and also in greater quantities. The integrated approach to managing all chronic diseases, whether they are communicable or non-communicable, we believe, will go a long way in improving our effectiveness. The Minister has already alluded to the establishment of the National Health Commission, which we believe will help a lot in enhancing intersectoral collaboration amongst various sectors, business, the civil society, government at various levels. We must reduce premature death from non-communicable diseases overall by 25%. You must reduce tobacco consumption by 20%, alcohol also by 20%. We must reduce salt intake to be less than 5 grams per day. We must also reduce, also what the Minister has alluded on, obesity and overweight by at least 10%, and increase physical activity starting with us, and increase it to 10%. And I'm sure the Minister of Sport and Recreation will be happy, because in the process we may develop some sports stars. And we must also enhance screening of cancer. Coming to obesity, Honorable Chair and members, the number of people in South Africa who are overweight is actually very high and has been increasing. A survey done in 2012 found that in over 15 years old, 65% in females were overweight and 31% amongst males. So we still have a long way to go in terms of dealing with this. The area of cancer screening I've already alluded to, including the introduction of the HPV vaccine, which we believe will go a long way. Also in the area of cataracts, to increase, to avoid blindness and avoid and prevent blindness will go a long way. The area of accidents and injuries is also a major burden in as far as our medical services, and we believe that here collaboration amongst all role players, government, private sector, civil society will go a long way. As I conclude, Honorable Chair, let me also just touch on the issue which the Honorable MEC from Eastern Cape spoke about, the program of which South Africa entered into agreement with Cuba in 1995, the cooperation agreement in the field of public health. Just to say that this has contributed quite a lot in terms of improving our human resources. In total, up to now, more than 2,733 students have been trained in Cuba. And as we speak, 2,132 students are in Cuba. And this year alone, we have enrolled more than 600 students through the Cuban program. Lastly, let me just touch on one of the entities which fall under us, which provide services to the country. We've got a number of public entities, but just to touch on one, which I know that especially from colleagues from the provinces, it's a major concern, the National Health Laboratory Service, which provides diagnostic laboratory services to all our clinics and hospitals. To say that this is providing valuable services, but you are aware that it's currently facing a number of challenges in terms of financial stability, which is largely related to the business model of the current act. This matter is receiving attention, and I'm certain that working together with our colleagues in the provinces, we will be able to sort it out, because it's a very critical service. Thank you very much, honorable members. I believe that indeed we are on the way, on the march to universal health coverage, and that together with all of us, having had an assurance from the honorable member from the DA, we will indeed take South Africa forward in providing universal health coverage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honorable member. May I call on Honorable Matthys, EFF? Honorable Mambur.
It will be misleading for Honorable Matthys to come and debate in this policy, to present a speech in this policy debate, because on the day of the 16/7/2014, when the department was presenting its budget, the Honorable member was not present. Thank you.
No, that would not deny the right to participate in the debate. Honorable Matthys.
Good evening, Honourable Chair. Good evening, Honourable Ministers. Good evening, Honourable Deputy Ministers. Good evening, Honourable MECs. And good evening, Honourable Members. And I did get the brief, my Chief of Staff, while I wasn't available to attend. Now, Honourable Chairperson, there's a song that is on permanent repeat, both here in Parliament and everywhere the ANC choir and its soloists have the opportunity to give political input. And we all know the chorus to that song, right? We have a good story to tell. Now it's time we define the ANC's interpretation of a good story.
Honourable Matthys, just hold on. Honourable Lam.
No, thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I'm raising on a point of order. Or from the member to call the ANC choir. What choir is she referring to?
I withdraw.
No, she withdraws there.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll move on.
Honourable Matthys, can you continue the debate? She has withdrawn.
Now it's time that we are going to define what the good is in the good story to tell, because clearly our definitions differ. So let's do this with one story of a certain provincial Department of Health. Corruption was so rife that this Department of Health virtually collapsed while its health MEC enjoyed lavish holidays and luxury homes. A report compiled by the NPA, based on an intensive investigation unit and the Hawks investigation, the auditor found that the tenders worth hundreds and millions of rands were given to a company of this honourable member's MEC friend. Allegations also included that the same company paid $700,000 to the ANC without any supporting documents or explanation why that was and what it was for. The company further alleged to have paid 130,000 to the ANC Youth Women's League, I beg your pardon, and also to a company or an organization called Friends of the ANC, and that was to the tune of about 40,000. These are allegations before we have point of order.
Honorable Matthijs, just hold. Honorable. Is there a point of order?
Chair, thank you very much. I want to direct myself to you, Chair, to assist me in that. Is it parliamentary to come and debate based on the allegations that are on the paper and you come and make effect here? I just want your ruling on that.
No, thank you very much, Honourable Member, for bringing that to my attention. And the ruling is quite simple, that we should refrain from making allegations for which there shall be or there is an investigation that is still continuing. Because some of these allegations that we may come up with might border on facts, where even as an institution, for our own purpose, we will have to do our own investigation to verify what has been said in the House, because if it is not true, then it can be treated as having misled the House. So for now, if the Honourable Member is still consistent on these kind of things, then it would mean that as a House we will have to satisfy ourselves as to whether if these things are factual. And if they are not factual, then an inquiry will have to be instituted to investigate these things.
Thank you, Honourable Member, Honourable Chair. I did use the word allegations. In 2008, the department froze all 22,000 vacant posts because they had run out of money. At this time, the province hospitals needed 8,974 nurses and 1,417 clinical professionals. The forensic audit states that this was disruptive and detrimental, and the health services were severely prejudiced. The National Treasury had to urgently intervene to keep the services running. Now, if this particular provincial government department was so persistent and passionate in their pursuit for service delivery, as they are about the economic freedom fighters' sartorial elegance, they would not have a former health MEC facing imminent and multiple charges of corruption and money laundering relating to 2 tenders worth 1.4 billion. Should I tell one more story? I think so. Let's put in another province. Remember, there was that lavish upgrade of another MEC's office to the tune of 1 million, obviously denied. And while this honourable health MEC was secure in comfort, there was no medication for over hundreds of thousands.
Just hold, Honourable Member.
The same honourable member claimed there was
Honourable
no money.
Matthijs, can you just hold? Can I hear the
I have ruled that the Honourable Member should desist from repeating the allegations. And I notice with concern that the member is continuing on that trend.
Can we stick to that ruling, Honourable Matthijs? May we refrain from making reference to allegations that would prompt us to follow up as to whether if it is a fact? Can we resist from that?
Honourable Chair, this is the forensic audit that I've been reporting to later.
I don't want to get into a dialogue, but if there is a reference point, then it would be good that such a reference point is then brought to our attention. Thanks.
It seems that all these good stories to tell, you guys have really taken me off the honourable members. It seems that these good stories told by the ruling party don't have happy endings. Well, at least not for our people. And this is exactly why the EFF calls for legislation that obligates public officials to utilise government services. And achieving this will ensure that millions of our people enjoy the same quality healthcare which our health professionals or health officials access privately. And I don't think I should tell any more stories because I'm going to get called to order all over again. But now we can safely declare what a good story is. It's wasteful expenditure, it's greed to the detriment of the poor, it's corruption, it's gross mismanagement, it's maladministration, and a general lack of will to service our people, the poorest of the poor who have put us there in government. The overall state of the Department of Health. The focus of the department should be the protection of the health of the nation by the implication that the health of the environment upon which we all depend, without exception, for the continued existence. The department should be at the forefront of the battle to ensure that health and well-being of the nation, rather than being entangled, as it currently is, in the commercial maintenance of disease management. With lip service being paid to prevention, to health and well-being, the department is trapped beneath a raft of ideological promises. And that is the misdiagnosis of the problems leading to wrong remedies, inappropriate disease management, and the consequence is ravaging our nation's health. The department's response to the origins of disease has been poorly conceptualized. It fails to consider the deeper effects of exposure to hazardous compounds, malnutrition, poverty, and stress, while billions, and we are pouring billions into wrong remedies comprising of massive rollouts of Western chemical drugs which are not designed to cure diseases. There's an urgent need to restrict, control, or outright ban.
Honorable Nyambi.
I rise on point of order. If you can apply Rule 46B in terms of the serious allegations that are being made by the honorable member about this thing of drugs and the utterances about what the department is doing. Maybe the first person was correct to say, just because she was not part of the briefing, and now is totally out and is deliberately misleading the House.
Having tried to guide the process, and for it to be constantly brought to my attention that it is repeated, I think it will only be proper then, therefore, to say immediately after, then as a House, an inquiry will then have to be set up to investigate some of these allegations as made. If they are found not to be factual, then a report will have to be presented to the House. And if a member will be found to have misled the House, because you see, I'm raising this matter and I didn't want to go to this extent, because misleading the House is a very serious issue. It's a very serious issue. And as honorable members, if we consistently do that, we're creating space for ourselves to be, I don't want to say to put ourselves in an uncomfortable situation, but we're just creating problems for ourselves. So it brings me to that immediately then we will have to establish an inquiry to investigate some of these allegations and come back to the House on that. Honourable Matthijs, can you continue?
Thank you. Through the intensifying of the vaccination program, the department has bridged one of its own pillars in the 11 key objectives. Prevent unintentional injuries due to poisoning. Can our Honourable Minister please explain why we are escalating childhood vaccination programs which contain some very, very serious toxins and hazardous chemicals? These substances all bypass the body's natural
Honourable Matthijs, unfortunately your time is up.
Oh, I knew that. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much. May I call on Honourable Kaula to continue the debate?
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister of Health and the Deputy Minister, Honourable Deputy Minister, colleagues. The Inkatha Freedom Party, Honourable Minister, would first like to commend you on being focused than your predecessors in the leadership of this department, giving South Africans hope that within our government there are some leaders who are truly committed to serving the needs of South Africans. We therefore thank you for that. Be that as it may, the state of our country's health system is still not satisfactory in some ways, and there is a constant lack of basic health services for the poorest of the poor in our country. Vast income inequalities continue to ensure that people suffer, and the introduction of the national health insurance will go a long way in bridging these inequalities. The shortages of beds and equipment in hospitals is still a prevalent issue that needs addressing, and it seems the provincial health MECs are unable to handle this situation. The lack of doctors continue to plague the public health sector as most graduates either go into private practice, which is more lucrative, or they go elsewhere. Some of the factors that drive them away from the public sector remain unchanged. These include working conditions, lack of qualified staff, inadequate equipment, shortage of medicines, and low pay. Honorable Minister, your leadership has been inspiring, but this needs to transcend into practical steps into the provinces. Some hospital administrators continue to run hospitals inappropriately, not showing any measure of leadership, but relying on the fact that they are not being held accountable to get away with not delivering decent services. The department must make decisive steps to ensure that service delivery not only happens, but is structured in a way that will function beyond the NTP target of 2030. Honorable Minister, you also touched on an interesting matter of the medical aid schemes. It is not by choice that honorable members are in the medical aid scheme that you mentioned, but it is a matter imposed upon them by historical circumstances. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, the practice of moonlighting by some of our health practitioners in particular is still happening at a rather steady pace. One understands this, that at the most, it is triggered by social and economic circumstances. However, it does not render any individual effectively productive in what they are employed to do. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. May I call on Honorable Clark to continue the debate.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable MECs, Honorable officials, Honorable colleagues, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen in the gallery. First and foremost, I want to thank Honorable Mbambo for giving a hand of appreciation to the Minister for Engineering Primary Health. Thank you, Mayor. It is good to be positive sometimes, not negative as you always do as the DA. However, I want to correct the member that she talked about Pelinomi, and the way she's talking, it's like she doesn't know what is exactly happening there. Honorable member, I want to make you aware that the minister instituted an investigation. And out of the discoveries and out of the investigation, there was a report. So the minister has actually gone into the department, and as we are busy, he has actually instituted systems to revitalize that hospital. So what you are talking about, I thought it was not affecting Pelinomi as my hospital, as a Free Stater. And once more, I need to tell you that there is a doctor by the name of Dr. Mzangwa, who was taken from the municipality.
Honorable Clark. Yes, is that a point of order?
Yes, I would just like to know if Honorable Member Tlake
No, I want
Honorable Clark, are you prepared to take a question?
No, I will not take it because I'm telling her facts that she doesn't know.
Honorable Clark, can you allow me to do what I'm supposed to do?
You can go to Newcastle.
Okay, the member is not prepared to take the question.
I'm not prepared. She must go and read and empower herself and not come and talk propaganda here. The National Democratic Plan is such...
Honorable Chair, I want to know, is it parliamentary for her to say, I don't know? Because that impacts on my integrity. Can she prove it? Can you prove it? Can she prove it? On a point of, can she prove it? I just want to know.
No, honorable members, can you allow me to hear the order, please? Can you allow me to hear the order?
I'm entitled.
Yes, what was the point of order, ma'am? I'm listening to the point of order.
Come again.
I'm listening to the point of order.
Is it parliamentary for the honorable member to impact on my integrity and say I don't know on the suggestion that has been made? That's impacting on my integrity. My integrity is made of building. She's telling her.
Okay. Honorable members, I didn't hear the context in which I don't know was raised. But there will be nothing unparliamentary for a member to say you do not know. But if the context in which the I don't know or you don't know is used is derogatory or it seeks to border along the lines of questioning your integrity, then I would request us to resist from using a language that can be used positively in the House, not to use it negatively. Can we continue with the debate?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. If the member is coming from a perspective of ignorance, I'm not really going to cover her. She's a public representative. She must go and read and come up with facts here. The minister did a report, and on the basis, based on his report, he did go into that plenary. So I don't know what is it that she's hitting on his...
Honorable Clark, Honorable, is the point of order?
It's a point of order, Chairperson. Is it parliamentary for one member to refer to another member as a darkie?
As a?
As a? Honorable member, as a?
Darkie.
Darkie?
Who said that?
We must, she said so, the member on the podium. Chairperson, we must just be very careful what we say.
Honorable members.
And if she did not say
Order, honorable members. That one, I must be honest, I did not hear. I will definitely have to refer to answered in order to make a ruling on that one. But equally so, may I warn members that let us not raise points of orders to disrupt a member who's in the podium. So please, may we allow the debate to flow. Honorable member, may you proceed with the debate.
Thank you, Chair. You know, Chair, listening is a skill. So if you don't listen, you will talk things out of context. Chairperson, the National Democratic Plan is such a radical move to change the lives of South Africans by the ANC so that their lives can be embittered. It actually mandates the Department of Health to raise life expectancy to at least 70 years, to reduce maternal, infant, and child mortality, to reduce prevalence of non-communicable diseases and high prevalence of HIV and AIDS. So, as a result, the NDP gives government departments a mandate to eradicate poverty and inequalities. I want to commend the minister on the work done and still to be done beyond 2015. But people on my side here, on my other side of mine, you know, because they don't understand. You know, they do not understand when the NDP actually calls for all of us and the departments to eradicate poverty and inequalities. They do not understand how important it is when a person has got a disease such as HIV and AIDS, and the person is not able to put anything on the stomach, and that person is supposed to take medicine, because they never suffered, because they benefited from the apartheid, they don't understand. That's why they will always say NDP is just like any other plan. What is so special about it? So, because you don't know our history, because you never know, you go hungry. That's why you'll always talk things like that. One member of the DA actually told us that they are concerned if these plans will be sustainable, or all what the good story that the minister told them and the deputy minister will be sustainable. I want to tell you, Honorable Member Mbambo, that ours is just that it's not just a talk show. Ours is sustainable. Ours is sustainable because it is budgeted for. We have, a department has got a strategic plan, he has got an APP, and all this talks to the budget. So I don't know what is it that makes you to fear that all what the minister has said is not going to be sustainable. With us, we are sure and we are satisfied because we know that definitely it is going to be sustainable. So you are just talking out of 10 because you have to talk and criticize, as you always do, as the DA. I want to relate to tell the people now, you know, Basotho, they always say, Basotho bare, muetswa halibali, muetswa libali. So, in the previous debates that I observed whilst I was here, the DA is like it wants us to force us to forget what the ills that they did to us. I want to tell you that it will not be possible for you to erase our history. Our history is there and is there to stay. Ours we are passing, but our children and the children of our children will all know about it. So do mind your own business and leave us. I remember the icon Mandela once said, never and never again. And I want to promise you, honorable members, that we will never go back, never and never again. And to know if a person has tuned her mind to negativism, and this person can no longer see the positivity when it is as clear as a crystal, you must know that this person's state of mind is somehow getting to another level, whereby he's going to endanger himself and endanger the public. So this is what is happening to the DA. They are no longer at a stage where now they can make a difference between positivity and negativity. And I want to tell you that this is not healthy to your health and to your mind. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. May I call on Honourable Marais?
Honourable Chairperson, healthcare services are an essential necessity for all people. For a long time, the South African public health sector has faced many challenges. The Western Cape Department of Health is in no way immune to these challenges, but the difference is that the Western Cape Department of Health has devised proactive plans to counter these issues, to improve patients' experiences in general. We are confident that Minister Botha and the Western Cape Department of Health will ensure that every cent be appropriated to efforts to increase wellness, to decrease the burden of disease, and to improve patients' experiences within the public health care system. Chairperson, we are aware of the challenges experienced by the Western Cape Department of Health, and some of these include, in terms of person-centered care, waiting times and staff attitudes, and particularly primary healthcare facilities and emergency centres, achieving the target urban response time for emergency medical service in the face of an increasing demand for emergency services, financial and capacity constraints. In terms of human resources, facilitating the appointment and placement of the right number of staff with the right skills at the right time at the appropriate levels of care. The recruitment and retention of appropriately qualified and experienced health professionals, particularly in the rural areas. The shortage of skilled staff in certain clinical domains remains a challenge and impacts directly on the department's ability to manage the burden of disease. Chairperson, to redress the challenges, the Western Cape Department of Health has committed to various projects. Healthcare 2030 undertakes to improve patient experiences through a people-centered approach, to provide integrated care whereby various doctors work together in the treatment of a patient, to provide continued support for the patient, and to treat patients during their full life cycle instead of on a once-off basis. In the next 3 years, 45.73 billion rand will be spent on executing the various aspects of Healthcare 2030. The department made concerted efforts with infrastructure in order to improve wellness and decrease the burden of disease in the province. We officially opened the Mitchells Plain Hospital on 12 November 2013 and allowing for transitional rearrangements of services from the GF Hospital. The Lentegeur Regional Laundry opened in July. The PAC system, or the Picture Archive Communication System, and the RIS system, the Radiological Information System for digital data, successfully implemented in Tygerberg, Groote Schuur, and Red Cross War Memorial Children's Hospitals. The unqualified financial audit for the 10th consecutive year, and the average turnaround time for filling of posts from the date of advertisement was reduced from 5 months to 2 months through the introduction of an effective monitoring process. Chairperson, the National Minister, Aaron Motsoaledi, did put plans on paper to redress the burden of disease in the country. I would encourage him and his department to use the Western Cape Department of Health as an example in the efforts not to only redress patients' experiences through focusing on their staff and building more infrastructure, but in this way they hold themselves accountable and epitomize transparency through the Western Cape Department of Health Complaints Hotline. The Western Cape Government Health Call Centre was initiated by Minister Teens Botha in August 2012, and since then it has proven so successful that it will be rolled out across the province in the next 3 years. The telephone and text message complaints hotline was launched as a pilot project at 8 facilities, such as Tygerberg Hospital, the Site B Community Health Centre Kailicha, and Westphalia Hospital Atlantis. It was further expanded to all community health centres, community day centres and district hospitals in the Metro District. This year the project will be rolled out to all other remaining facilities in the Metro. 2 tertiary hospitals, 1 regional hospital, 2 TB hospitals, 4 psychiatric hospitals and our rehabilitation hospital, Western Cape Rehab Centre. In 2015 it will be expanded to the Cape Winelands, 2016 to Eden and the Central Karoo, and in 2017 to Overberg and the West Coast. Chairperson, I would like to mention, as the Honourable Motsoaledi refers to, the quadruple burden of disease. The first and greatest burden is HIV/AIDS and TB. The second is maternal and child mortality. The third, the non-communicable disease, and the fourth, injury and violence. Of these, I refer to the latter burden, which is characterized recently by the increasing number of injuries and fatalities due to botched male circumcision. In the Western Cape, we have allocated a significant portion of our provincial budget to employ qualified and experienced medical practitioners to facilitate and ensure safe initiation practices. The Western Cape Department of Health is committed to working with communities to improve the safety of traditional male initiation in the province. Together with DCAS, the Western Cape Government invested in a collective approach to make the journey from childhood to adulthood safer and healthier for young people. I encourage Minister Motsoaledi and his department to engage with all role players with the mutual goal of preventing these deaths of young men that is so unnecessary. Chairperson, the people of South Africa deserve quality health services through caring, competence, accountability, integrity, responsiveness and respect. I challenge all role players to come to the party with this goal in mind so that we can become the well-oiled machine that Minister Motsoaledi referred to in his speech last week. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. May I call on Honourable Zomo, MEC for Health, KZN.
Honorable Chairperson, the Minister of Health, Minister Motsoaledi, Minister for Sports and Recreation, Minister Mbalula, Deputy Minister Pasha, my colleague MECs, members of the NCOP, the Chairperson of the Select Committee, Mayor Dlamini, and members in the gallery. In the province where I come from, we always encourage honorable members that health issues are extremely important and critical and very close to anybody's heart. And therefore, some of them may refer to life and death. So we encourage honorable members to speak less if they don't have information on the subject, because they might actually end up embarrassing themselves and the parties that they represent. We appreciate the guidance and vision given by our Honorable Minister Motsoaledi, on the health budget last week, when he tabulated programs that will assist in the quest to improve the lives of all South Africans. In the province where I come from, which is actually having a quadruple burden of disease, we probably will be highlighting here some of the issues that the Minister has actually guided us on, and I may not actually be able to address all. But the first one being the prevention of mother-to-child transmission. According to the National HIV and Syphilis Seroprevalence Survey of 2011, there were 3 districts that had an HIV prevalence above 40%, and those were all coming in from KwaZulu-Natal, and therefore the average prevalence of the province was 37.4. Working together, we have succeeded beyond our expectations in the prevention of mother-to-child transmission effort. This reduction is quantified in the report of the MRC, which indicated that the province has managed to reduce mother-to-child transmission from 19% in 2007 to 2.1% in July 2012. In fact, the reports that are coming in recently from the Department of Health in the province are indicating that our mother-to-child transmission is sitting at 1.6%. It is thus, therefore, with great excitement that the announcement that was made by the Minister last week of moving all HIV-positive women to the World Health Organization's B+ will result in our province moving from prevention of mother-to-child transmission to complete elimination, to zero transmission to a child. And these are actually very important statements, because what it says is that there will be women who are actually childbearing age. Some of them are HIV positive, but we guarantee that they will give birth to HIV negative babies. The second part is therefore with regards to the HIV control in the province. As you probably would know, that the country is also the largest ever in the world that is providing ARVs, currently 2.4. Of those, 860,000 are in just one province, KwaZulu-Natal, which is a third of the patients of our own treatment. We have moved sites of treating patients from being 689, 2008, to now having 608 sites where ARVs can be dispatched in the province. We want to actually accelerate this program going forward. We're therefore elated by the statement by the Minister that they will now be moving all patients January next year who are actually having a CDF count of 500 and less to initiate treatment on, because this is actually a good story to listen to. Our province will therefore ensure that it is ready to increase access to ART to those eligible in line with the Minister's and desire to have 5 million by the year 2016. Honorable Minister, we were very excited because when the Minister was making his budget speech last week, some of us were in Melbourne on the World AIDS Conference. That's when this announcement was made in plenary, when there were 18,000 delegates of the world, and South Africa got a rounding applause for just that. We have really made strides in switching patients from regimen 1 to the fixed dose combination, which is very convenient for patients and also improving the adherence. Currently in the province, we have 275,000 patients who have since been moved into this new regimen. We want to actually applaud the issue of male circumcision in our province, that currently we are sitting at 400,000 males who have since been circumcised since 2010. And we actually are doing this in terms of what we call the roving teams, where we take a nurse and a doctor and other healthcare workers to far-flung areas and do camps and actually deal with issues of circumcisions there. We are actually excited with this program, and it is actually the reason why in 2012, eminent persons, former president of Mozambique, Baba Joaquim Chissano, the former president of Botswana, Festus Mogae, and of Zambia, Kenneth Kaunda, visited our province to actually marvel at the work that we have done. They had time to spend with the king, and they also came to our province to then do programs and say thank you very much for KZN for what we have done. We continue to actually focus on prevention as the issue, and we are currently saying Hlola Manje Zivikele campaign, first things first, graduate alive, and those are the ones that are the campaigns we are taking to tertiary institutions. Some people would actually want to listen to this story of a good story to tell in KZN with regards to Operation Sukumasake, that we now take prepared medicines, pack it, take it to war rooms, community halls, churches, mosques, temples, everywhere, and patients are waiting there so that they don't go to hospitals. And we learned this from the RK Khan campaign. RK Khan Hospital even got a world award for just doing that. Now, this is actually going to accelerate and decongest our clinics, and this is a great benefit to patients who will then come in. We were actually fortunate that the minister came to our province in 2012 and launched a program called KAMA, which is a campaign on reduction of maternal and child mortality. And since then, we have been able to see an improvement in terms of maternal mortality because we have established what we call maternity waiting homes, put ambulances that are dedicated to just collecting women who are pregnant, and having mainstream areas in all clinics and hospitals that are called midwife obstetric units, so that patients who have actually low risk in terms of their pregnancy can be seen by midwives only and leave space for those who need to be seen by doctors who have complications. The minister made a very important announcement with regards to family planning programs. And they want to actually say it's a very exciting program. Minister, the Implanol in our province, it is going like hotcakes. Currently, since we launched this program in April this year, 25,600 women have actually come in on board and have been given Implanol. We have trained 2,500 healthcare professionals who are now able to do this program. The other very exciting story, what with regards to the launch by the Minister of the Human Papilloma Virus, that is a vaccine targeting girls of grade 4 so that they could be protected against cancer later in life. This actually has got a successful story because currently in our province, 68,593 girls have since been given this vaccination. It is linking very nicely with our program because even before this, that the minister launched, we had already had a campaign that was called the Pila Ma campaign, meaning that we want to support women, those later in life, so that we can give them vaccines. We can give them access to our centers and do pap smears and prevent them getting cancer of the cervix much earlier. Honorable Minister, we were very excited when we visited our province in January 2014 with the Mr. Michel Setibe, the UNA's Executive Director, where one of the things that he said about Operation Sukumasake and the launch of that book, and I quote, "I am confident that through the successful implementation of Operation Sukumasake, KwaZulu-Natal province will realize our common vision of zero new infections, zero discriminations, and zero HIV/AIDS related deaths. You are changing the course of the epidemic, not only in your country, but also on the continent. And the world, by your efforts, is really looking forward to your achievements." Close quote. We want to actually say, lastly, we have actually done very well in the province in terms of infrastructure. While we have been building some of the infrastructure, we have actually revamped this. We have actually built what we call community health centers. Community health centers is what people in the villages and the rural areas call hospitals, mini hospitals. We have built one in Guamashu, one in Tuton Uku district, one in Sechet's Utugala district, and the one Gamalake Uku. We are currently finishing another one at Amajuba called Danhauser Mini Hospital, Pomeroy Msinga, one at Josini, and Inanda CAC. All these are actually helping so that you can have easy access of our people in there. Lastly, we also do have hospitals that we have improved. And we have actually put a lot of money thanks to Uhulmen Gababu Msholozi at Emmaus Hospital. We have invested 132 million to build a new outpatient and casualty. At GJ Crooks Hospital, we are putting up a casualty in the trauma admission area with a cost of 138 million. Stenga Hospital is getting a new labor ward and a neonatal ward upgraded at 146 million. Ridflay Hospital has got a new administration and kitchen and including staff accommodation at the tune of 128 million. Itinel Hospital is also have been revamped accident and trauma area, HIV AIDS clinic, and the psychiatric ward at 178 million. Lower Unfolozi Hospital at Mpangeni has actually got a huge $500 million of money to actually revamp the whole hospital. Ettington, 208 million to upgrade theaters, kitchen, and the rest of the other areas. We are also elated that we are building a new hospital that is called Dr. Pixika Isa Seme, that is going to take care of Kwamashu, Inanda, Tuzuma area at a tune of 2.7 billion. We already are building that hospital right now.
Can you conclude, Mr.?
Okay. We were extremely fortunate that in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, the minister allocated us three districts that are piloting NHI. I want to actually indicate that we are actually doing very well there. I would have actually given, but we have committed 648 million for infrastructure because, as the minister said, you cannot actually have good NHI unless you improve on infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC. May I call on Honorable Pakis to continue the debate.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Ministers present here, and Honorable Members, Nabandona Beskola Bakoyo. It's an opportunity and a privilege for me to be part of this important debate. But before I could start with my speech, I'm reliably informed that Honorable Matebesi is sick and it's advisable for him to have a medical aid so that he could not die being a member of member of parliament without having a medical aid. And for the Speaker of EFF who was here, her absence in the sittings of this NCOP explains itself that she was not here but busy with the research. That's why all the points that she was raising were never relevant to this debate. And maybe we need to advise EFF to engage us on ideas, new ideas. And new ideas are not synonymous to anarchy in our society. We believe firmly on good progressive ideas. All speakers of the DA, they were positive this time, today, for the first time. And Bendite, Honorable Chair, Bendite, she must just come back. Kodwa ke ujiwa sisazela. That's why engazubuya. She's talking
about... Honorable Pakis, just hold on, Mtila.
Yes.
What point are you raising on?
In fact, I just want to know from Honorable Pakis what anarchy is referring to.
Come again?
The anarchy. I heard him quote the word anarchy. I just want him to expatiate. What is he exactly trying to say? If he says,
do you want to ask a question to?
Yes, I want him to. I want him. No, I want him to expatiate.
If you are rising on a point of question of privilege, hold it. Honorable Pakis, are you prepared to take a question?
No, Chair, no.
No, that's not the question.
No.
I want him to expatiate.
No.
When he says anarchy,
Honorable
what
member.
Anarchy is he referring to?
Honorable member, that is a question. That is a
I want him to expatiate.
Honorable members, order. Honorable member, can you be in order?
You're out of order.
Can you be in order?
The only chair is one chair in this house.
Can you be in order? Can you be in order?
Yes, I'm listening.
All right, fine. I am telling you now that what you are putting across is a question, and I have to determine as to whether the member is prepared to take a question, and he says no. So can you sit down?
But Chair, I mean the word anarchy itself. The word anarchy.
I'm ordering you to sit down.
No, Chair, there are some questions.
Are you
there
refusing?
Are some questions you can refuse to take.
Are you refusing to sit down?
I'm not refusing to sit down.
Now, can you sit down?
But may you please force him to expatiate the word anarchy?
Honorable member, can you sit down?
I think it's unparliamentary to say anarchy. I don't know what anarchy is referring to.
Can you leave the house, please? I'm ordering you to leave the house. Honorable member, I've ordered you to leave the house.
Chair,
I have ordered you to leave the house. I have ordered you to leave the house.
But I'm dissatisfied. But I'm dissatisfied. I'm dissatisfied.
Honorable Pakis, are you rising on something? Can I hear what you're bringing to my attention?
Point of order. I'd like you to make a ruling on whether it's correct to refer to a political party or an individual as an anarchist, as our speaker did. I'd like you to rule on a point of order, please, Chair, on the comment about the anarchist or anarchy.
Are you rising on a point of asking a question to the member?
No, I'm asking you to rule on whether it's appropriate for our honourable member to refer to another party as that.
Oh, okay. No, I get the point. Honourable members, let us just respect also the decorum of the House, the kind of words that we use referring to each other as anarchists and all that. May we refrain from that and address each other as honourable members, as per the rules of this House.
Chair.
Honourable Mbambo.
I ask from the honourable member if he's prepared to take a question from.
Honourable member, are you prepared to take a question?
And is Mr. Langaslan?
He is not prepared to take a question. Can you continue?
Chairperson, the speaker from the previous speaker, the first speaker from the DA, posed a question to the minister which relate to the level of inequality and make a suggestion to the minister about the funding to CBOs and NGOs. But then it's important to say these CBOs and NGOs are the ones that are saving the Scoutmasters against our policies and our revolutionary program. And it is the ANC policy and the ANC government that is prepared to crack the shell of dualism in our health system. The ANC perspective seeks to deal with that historical inequalities and the accessibility of health services. Any society needs a healthy workforce that contributes to the economic growth and its productive capacity. This vantage point is proven by the introduction of the National Health Insurance. This further accentuated by the January 8 statement of the ANC 2008, I quote, "Government should pay particular attention to the high cost of health provisions, including measures to cap medicine prices and to establish a state-owned pharmaceutical companies," close quote. These two various policy factors will never spare the ANC government from the minuscule elite attacking our policies to maintain profit at the expense of the factless poor masses. The imperialist powers will never tire as long as their interests are threatened by any truculent transformation. With their crowded pirate souls operating in our country, they will constantly proffer to the people luscious rhetoric but polarize. Their infractions of line of thought with pernicious effects stimulate evil. They view NHI as a palliative measure with bad legacy in South Africa. Honorable Chair, let us tell and respond to all those who challenges and attack our policies and their faithful minions operating in our land that will never flinch to defend our revolutionary program with remorseless mobilization of our people. This is what defines the level of class antagonism rolling beneath the ground. The implementation of the NHI to us and for our people is not just a mere social jaunt. It includes physical infrastructure development and hospital program in our communities. The issue again, Chair, that we want to highlight in this particular important debate is the accessibility of these services, Honorable Minister, by farm workers. We will be happy if provincial governments could monitor your mobile clinics, how frequent they visit farm workers. Honorable Chair, the second issue linked to that, to the same debate, we need to cut to dead-end outsourced services, which undermines the dignity of workers, the conditions of workers, the fringe benefits of workers, and the bargaining power of workers. These give a leeway to palpable exploitation of workers. Honorable Chair, yesterday I came across a particular magazine which talks about the fertility. This magazine says, in USA, by 2020, blacks will be in majority. I'm not sure of the scientific part of it, but we are saying everybody must come on board in our politics and our racial lines. We operate and think beyond them. Because you could imagine that if white, this is not a racist statement, if whites could be in majority in South Africa, having the negative attitude from the DA, what will happen in this country? Because constantly they will attack every piece of legislation, every policy position adopted by the ANC and implemented by its government. Honorable Chair, the other issue which we want to front load in this important debate, we need to inoculate our young people. In Germany, 13% of teenagers have never engaged in alcoholic drinking. And in 2012, this figure went to 30%. And we are saying as ANC, we cannot be a society descending to venality and debauched lifestyle. And we are saying we need to be hard, Chair, to all sordid vipers who regard our school kids as soft targets for drugs and alcohol and all vices that affects the future of South Africa. Siyabulela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Perkins. May I call on the Honorable Minister Motsoaledi to conclude the debate?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, honorable members, for the debates and the input. We have listened very attentively, but there are a few things I would like to touch up. The first one, if I understood very well, Honorable Matthews from the Economic Freedom Fighters referred to something about toxic vaccines. I'm not sure which ones she was referring to or what exactly she was talking about. I should have ignored her. But Chairperson, I can't leave this matter because it's extremely dangerous. And I'll really advise her to desist from that. Please, honorable member, don't do that to the children of our country. Because it might lead to untold damage, even death, in large numbers. Because it's like you are shouting, falsely shouting fire in a packed room. Let me demonstrate to you what I mean here. It's possible you might not know because of your age being too young. Let me refer to a concept that once happened in this world. There is a concept called pain. Pain, P-A-I-N. It refers to Pakistan, Afghanistan, India, and Nigeria. Some few years back, religious leaders in these four countries did exactly what you did. They shouted fire in a packed room by claiming and spreading stories religiously that the polio vaccines has got severe side effects and toxins. Parents believe them, you know, especially if you are a member of this house, honorable members. People out there believe you because they think you know something by virtue of being in this house. And yes, we must be aware of our position in society. They really believe we know something. So when you talk, they listen. These religious leaders did that. Parents believe them. And they shunned vaccines, especially polio vaccines. Even up to today, as I'm speaking here, polio is existing only in these four countries I've mentioned. If it was not for those religious leaders, we will have eliminated polio in the world. That's why you see so many people moving on wheelchairs in some of these countries because of this legacy. Britain also nearly went the same way when some people wrongly spread these stories. That's why last year, honorable members, I strongly reprimanded in the National Assembly a member of ACDP who was making a similar claim during a vaccination campaign. Please encourage our people to vaccinate. We will never, the world has never given vaccines to our children if they know there are toxins. We have never done so. And we have successfully gotten rid of certain diseases. For instance, I'm sure you are aware that the disease called smallpox, which devastated the world, is gone. It was declared, the world was declared free of smallpox in 1970. It did not go on its own. Until it disappeared, no treatment was found. It was because of vaccines. Many of you, because you are old enough, check yourself here. Yes. 90% of the world was vaccinated by 1970. And that's the only way we got rid of smallpox. So vaccines are very, very important. Let's not make noise about them until we have got very clear effects. That's the point I wanted to make. Because you are aware that we said in our country, we are going to run many vaccination campaigns, including, as the MEC from KZN said, we have just added the human papilloma vaccines, so that women of the future must not come and suffer cervical cancer, which is the second biggest killer of women in our country. I'm very proud also that on this continent we were the first to introduce the pneumococcal vaccine. so that the kids don't get pneumonia. And the rotavirus vaccine, we introduced those in 2008. And as I'm speaking at the moment, even in municipalities where they are struggling to have clean running water, the level of diarrhea, as reported by our district health systems, has gone down because of those vaccines. So let's not undermine vaccines, but rather encourage them to our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. That brings us to the end of the budget vote number 16 of the health. Honourable members, I'm advised by the whippery that because of the importance of this debate, that members should, I must suspend the business so that members must be able to have something to eat, so that we don't come back to suffer. So the business is suspended. After 30 minutes.